Alright. So, start a new game in an existing world. I think it's the Infinite Plains. I really should pay attention. Yes, excellent. Hey, Juggernaut, how you doing? We're just about to start on our third fort. We just finished GildYawned. We did Sprinkled Bows before that. So this time I kind of want to get out of the Mirthful and Joyous Wilds area, but I'll still stay close by. I can just go into this wilderness area down here. I can move into this Untamed Wilds down here. Splattered lashes, huh? It's funny to me seeing like these embarks, because like when you do a 4x4 embark, this is what you use up, right? So this is like a 16 by 16. Like a 16 by 16 embark is ginormous. Now, a 3-year fort's probably still too short to be able to do much of, like, huge projects. But I can still settle in an area with, like, iron, silver, and copper still. Like, there's plenty of it over here. There's also plenty of nothing over here. Not gonna get anything with sand. Because you know me, I'm always looking for sand. Boom, 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 boom. Stream is called the Pearl of Cheese. Tropical coniferous forest. There's some sort of cliff there. Untamed Wilds, it'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. Range Gallows the Decent Something. The Stigmata of Sensing. The Vine of Competition. And right there. At aquifer savage area. Lovely. Prepare carefully. Now, again, I do fully support using the basic profile. It handles everything that you need to do. I personally don't like to have cats on my embark, and I don't get chickens on a default embark. Those are the two things I actually want. So we'll just go down here. We'll add 6 chickens and a rooster. And then it's just like, I generally remove the gimple cuts and the rock nuts because I don't feel like doing them. I'll add an extra pick. We'll add a few more seeds. Again, don't need to. And we'll add some silk, I guess. Actually, look, do we have any special animals available to us? No. So we bought a llama last time. Let's bring... Like, I like to have an animal that I can shear just to give myself access to yarn, even if I don't end up using it. Yeah, we'll bring an alpaca this time. And it's probably good. Now for a fortress name, trade cruise, recluse walled, tunneled mansion, tower loves saved smiths, road world, copper helpful, bust worked, salve lure, RedRelic. I actually like that. All right, RedRelic. The ambiguous construct. I'm actually fine with that too. This is going to have a dwarf. And an object. A dwarf and an altar. And wonder if any of the named characters we've had show up. It's like no, they're not historical figures yet. Just realized we haven't actually created any artifacts yet either. Oh, hello buttons. I'm eating my lunch right now. All right, have fun. Love you too. All right, I don't know what to do here. The dwarf is admiring the altar. The altar is burning, as it is, because it's a red relic. Which goes well with the scoured metal, Zosiv. I think I kind of want to just do the altar. I can't. The ancient. Oh, because I'm in the wrong place. Still can't do the altar. The blaze. There you go. All right, done. Do I want to bring anything else? I haven't even set up a thing to do a hospital yet. Let's bring some black mamba meat. Because, you know, it is important to have a variety of food. Gory marmot lung. Rattlesnake meat. The liver is fine. There. Got some extra food. Let's go. Again, none of my drawers are skilled, and that's fine. All right. Welcome to RedRelic. You have arrived. After a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond, your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all of Bubnuskull. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. Whether by bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before winter entombs you, but it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the giant leopards get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here, at this place, and Angzaneg, RedRelic. Strike the earth. All right, so we have our chickens, including this one that looks like it's on top of Erdim's head. It's okay, Buttons. Oh, we have pineapples. Looks like we have a bit of a waterfall here. Well, that's kind of neat. Oh, we have hippos. That's a nice river. Green Bean's taking the girls out driving. I hope she's okay. All right, so we have hippos on the map. Do we have anything else of note? Giant otters. Big boys. All right. So what are we gonna do? Well, we're probably gonna chop down a couple of trees, as you do, but not too many. Again, we have plenty of surface crops that we can make use of if we want to. But Untamed Wilds is a special kind of embark. You don't necessarily want to like build too much up there. Excuse me. Because you'll end up angering the wildlife, and then it becomes very inhospitable. That said, I kind of do want to build on the surface here. I also kind of want to capture those giant otters, but most of the creatures that embark, that are there on embark, tend to leave pretty quickly. It's not always true, but often is. But maybe we'll try to capture a couple. And for that, we're going to need a mechanism and a cage trap, at the very least. And I don't remember if it said that we have an aquifer here. I also didn't check if we have sand. I'm going to guess not. More brown recluse Spider-Man silk. So we have 3 years in this fort. Let's just dig in here. Bark, bark, bark. And maybe we'll crisscross the water here a couple of times. I think I'm inclined to just see like what it allows me to dig over here. Just do that for now. All right, for trees, we're definitely going to want to cut that one down. We can cut all these down. That one. These guys. Those two. That should be plenty. We're probably going to need to specify more than one miner and also turn off fishing. So you can be a fisher and you can be a fisher. Or sorry, a miner and a miner. Go to fishers and turn off fishing. Again, there's nothing wrong with fishing, it's just makes food trivial. And let's create a pasture. And like that. Wait, what? Alright. And those three can go in there. Okay, I also want to channel down here. So I used a fair amount of ramps in the last fort, and I expect I'll probably continue to do so here. See how it goes. See what our ramping gives us. So up here, I think we'll just go ahead and get a nice blocky area going. Just use up the space that it gives us. Might eventually take out some of the limonite that's on the exterior here, but for now it's fine. Alright, good. This does not appear to be aquifer down here. And temporarily, we're just going to go over here, workshops, mechanic, workshop, carpenter. Like if we can capture a couple of animals, I think I'd be inclined to do that. Problem is, I don't know if hippos or giant otters require raising or not. No, not a spiked wooden ball. Don't quite know what I want to do down there or even up here yet. I think I envision this as like a farming area up here. Depending on how much room it gives us. Pangolin is fighting. I would also trap a pangolin if I was able. Some slight flooding from the river going on. It's fine. Hey, buttons. All right, let's just assume we can use this for gardening up here. So we'll just set a custom seed stockpile, which will just have cave wheat, plum helmets, pigtails, and sweet pods. Not sweet potatoes, sweet pods. No barrels. Now apparently the bug that used to go with barrels is gone, but I don't really want to use my barrels for that anyways. Alright, let's also create a stoneworker shop. And we've got our cage traps now. Let's see the giant otters. Overcome by terror. Alright, so let's put a trap, cage trap, right next to that. Put a cage trap right next to that, and that. And maybe we'll do one up here and hope we get a hippo. Cage traps, unless you're able to like specifically push someone through an area, are very hit or miss. Like sometimes you'll get something, sometimes you won't. I want to channel up there. And then I want to remove all of this ramp. Alright, so all of our cage traps are set up. Excellent. So we can remove all of this ramp. And go into our stoneworker shop and, as usual, start making rock blocks. You and Oscar the Coyotes are now watching. Excellent. I hope Oscar has. Oscar has any questions, just let me know. All right. Well, we have a lovely question mark going into this hill here. I'm inclined to just like keep on digging just to see what else is over here, but there's clearly some limonite there. He's wondering if you'll get any more treats today. It's a fair question. Getting back into like a dirt area here. What if we use this to go under the river? Pop back up over here. It's gonna stop under the river because these will be considered damp squares. that's okay. Bark, bark, bark. All right, so we have a lovely area in here. We can go ahead and do workshops, farming, farm plot. I landed, that never happens. Except when it does. I'm gonna go ahead and set up a farmer's workshop right away. Now, as time goes on here, each of these forts is starting at a different time in the year. And you do have to kind of pay attention to when autumn is coming, because like you could embark in late summer and still get your first merchant or your first traders coming in that autumn. So you might only have a couple of weeks. And it's perfectly fine to not have anything to trade when they come, but if you can, you should trade something. Hey, Tavovos. Yeah, Tavovos. How you doing? First time chatter, welcome on in. We're in right at the beginning of a fort today. We're doing a series I'm calling the forts by years. So we already did a 1-year fort, and then we did a 2-year fort, and this is going to be our 3-year fort, and it's going to end at mid-spring next year, mid-spring of 106 rather. Hey, Names, how you doing? Oh, we must protect our chickens. The giant skink? Oh, the giant skink's already gone. Alright, we need a place for our chickens. Past few forts, I have not created a place for the chickens. I just, like, allowed them to roam. But if there's gonna be nasties outside, well, we can't be having that now, can we? Anyway, so this is the 3rd fort in the series. We're going to be doing this for quite a while. Yeah, I knew that would happen. So this is saying that it's wet because the area above it is wet. It looks like the giant otters have already left. The hippos have already left. Maybe we'll trap a pangolin though. Maybe. Also, of note, pangolins require grazing. I made that mistake with my previous pangolins. Sadly, they didn't make it. That should be it. Excellent. Yeah, I think I want to go up one more. Dig out that. And then we'll build across that. Get some lazy halls here. Bark, bark, bark. All right. Too many people standing around. And it's very early, but I mean, I'm liking it so far, Miss Hilder. It's tough to tell too much from a fort early on, like, unless you have something special happen. But like, I wasn't necessarily expecting too much from the terrain here, but I liked it. I like it. Random lungfish in the corridor here. Because reasons. Now, the chicken situation was an emergency thing. All because I didn't have a meeting area for them to associate with, so they were stuck out in the open wilds out there. And of course, there were dangerous things out there, so... Really? Oh, I just didn't dig there? Oops. That wasn't what I meant to do. It's not going to let me do limonite unless I specify it, I think. Do I need to unrestrict it? Or will they go grab limonite? Are you sleeping? You're sleeping. I've never built a bridge out of limonite before. I figured, hey, why not? Yeah, it didn't let me do that. All right. So if you want to make something out of a rock that you're normally not able to make it out of, you go to labor, stone use, and then you pick the kind of rock that you want to use, and you're allowed to use it in non-economic jobs. And now I should be able to make rock blocks out of limonite. I think I'm just gonna do like 2 of them. And into summer we go already. So yeah, I'm gonna need to have a space for my trade depot. Probably queue up a few mechanisms just to get those going. Maybe we'll sell some mechanisms. Let's get some barrels going. Excuse me. Alright, what are we doing here? Pigtails, sweet pods, so this one needs to be cave wheat. And it doesn't have to be, but it's going to be. Hello. One moment, everybody. Buttons has come to visit me. Hello, Button. I gotta pause again. It's digging out some area here that I may or may not use for various things. Maybe I'll put the trade depot right here. Maybe. I was going to use this area as a stockpile. And then I had to throw that out the window. Not that this really affords any protection at all. Alright, so that'll be the second limonite block. As soon as that's done, I will disable it for non-economic tasks. Okay. Again, labor, stone use, limonite, uncheck it. And that way I don't accidentally use up all my limonite on stuff. No, apparently we already made a limonite mechanism. That's alright though. That is okay. There's a good chance there's so much limonite here it won't matter anyways. What I could do is put like bridges here too. And that way if we start seeing threats coming from above, we can also close those off. Do that. One of our hens is already grown up. So you do have to keep track of like what your animals eat and make sure that they are fed. But the trick to it is a lot of animals are kind of self-sustaining. So like chickens are a good example. They eat vermin. So you'll see that vermin are like spawning next to them and around them and stuff like that. And that's the vermin that they're eating. But even if it didn't do that, there's plenty of vermin in a fort that they would just eat. So you never have to worry about it. Same thing goes for like pigs and basically all of the egg-laying birds. Well, all birds are egg layers. Basically all of the small, like poultry is what I'm trying to think of. So like turkeys, ducks, geese, stuff like that. Then you have things like the leopard people we saw in the last fort. They need meat. If you don't have meat for them, they will starve. So you just got to make sure that you have that for them. Now I could go over and go up here and just put in a roof here, but what's the fun in that? And like I'm gonna build these bridges to make it so that I can make it secure, but the reality is it's never gonna be secure. I don't do secure here. That would be a 5x5. Maybe we would build it there. I don't have enough blocks. Doo-doo-doo. Now, building floor underneath your workshops and stuff like that is purely an aesthetics thing. You don't have to do it by any means, but it's something I do like to do. All right, let's throw rock tables and throne. Just a couple. And I think I might just auto mine this just to keep people doing stuff here. I'll probably end up making holes here, but that'll be fine. And yeah, so you don't have to create floor underneath your workshops and stuff like that, but it does, to me, it looks nicer. So let me just give an example. Hey, Supernova. So like, if I create a floor here, still don't have enough blocks. Well, I can show what I mean here. If I create a floor along here out of shale, when it's next to the workshop, you're gonna see like a jagged edge to it. And like it doesn't provide any sort of benefit to your dwarf to have the floor underneath. Like they don't get happy feelings about it or anything like that. But I like to have it just because it gives them something, like it just looks better to me. That's all. And how you doing, Supernova? Hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Of course, they said it would have a jagged edge, and then it didn't. That's weird. Trying to make a crabby baby sleep. Alright, we're going to use this here eliminate mechanism. Alright, so maybe I'm just completely wrong. It doesn't have any effect whatsoever, but I still prefer it, so I will still do it. Of course, I've used up some of my blocks. Darn! Also, I really need to get a still going. This is kind of temporary, but that's the way it always works out, right? Not a farm plot, David. Still. Oh, I stopped making blocks because I made those tables and chairs. You read it as crab baby at first? Me too. But that's okay. Sometimes you have to read things a second time just to say, oh, no, that's not what they said at all. Well, that could have been real bad. No one fell down there, right? Also, grab that. Does the crab dance to the crab rave song? Nice. I see you, pink jades. You can't hide from me. Alright, Linky Linky Loo to there, and Linky Linky Loo to there. That's 4. 5. I think I need more mechanisms. I was going to trade those mechanisms. And then I started making things. It does kind of bother me that I don't have sand on this map too. But I'll manage. Alright. Let's go ahead and dig both of those. Then we need walls. And we'll just put one there and one there and we're good. Actually, I guess I can do that right now, because we can access on both sides. Bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. Oh, good. We let our food rot. Awesome. Let's go ahead and get a food stockpile going right in here. Nice and big. This is for food, not prepared meals and not seeds. That's fine. How do you prevent it from rotting? Put it into a food stockpile. If it's not in a food stockpile, it needs to be in a barrel, I believe. But I think as long as it's in a food stockpile, it doesn't rot. Now, if it's in a food stockpile just on the ground like this, I think it can be eaten by vermin So like it's not entirely safe to just put it in here too. But notice we have some Rami, so we can process plants. Also, began one first time chatter. Welcome on in. Also, if you're having a good time here, don't forget to like, subscribe, follow, all that jazz. Subscribe is for the YouTube folks. If you want to subscribe on the Twitch side, that's also fine, but you know, not required. Subscribers do get their very own sub story. Because I do write sub stories. Basically, it's a custom short story just for you. Every month you get 3 words to add, and I write about 100 words to it. But again, not required. It's just something fun I offer to my viewers. Perfect time, woohoo? Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, Miss Hilder, all woohoos are perfectly timed. All right, now that we've opened up walls on the other side, let's open up the walls on this side. It's fine. So as you can see, this is going to be kind of a multi-level fort going up and down and all that stuff. Let's see how it goes. I think I still want the trade depot up here. So now that we're in midsummer, let's get this thing built, huh? All right, this is linked. So now with a single lever, I have linked them to both bridges. With a single lever, if I pull it, it'll raise both bridges. If I pull it again, it'll lower both bridges. Yahoo! I landed? That never happens. All right, apparently we have some rotting food, so let's someone killed a lungfish. I don't land a lot, that's a lie. I don't know where to put this stuff. I'm like really struggling to figure out where to put my remains. All right, gather all that. And all that. I don't know why I'm gathering plants again, but you know, here we are. We will put a refuse stockpile here. Refuse, not bones. Not shells, not that we're getting shells, not horn hooves, not hair wool. We'll also put corpses there, but not dwarf corpses. You almost never lie, for sure. We have whip vines. I think I'm gonna need more barrels. Like at least 10. I don't really need 10. All right. Well, we have a couple of tables and chairs, and we have our little spot for our trade depot, which I want to save the limonite blocks for other things. We will make our trade depot out of coffee wood. Sure. Bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. Yeah, I wasn't necessarily planning on just like digging all this out, but now that I'm looking at it, I will. Thanks so much for the ocean sounds. And they clearly took the sweet pods away, the withered food away, but I don't know what they did with it. Unless they put it into the refuse stockpile and it already decayed. Because the refuse stockpile, if it's set up as one, will decay things at 10 times the rate that they would normally decay. It's a special thing about the refuse stockpile. Yeah, maybe they already put them away, and that's why it's not there. All right, well, fine. That works for me. Apparently, I have too many things going on right now. We'll just let our dwarves do their thing. Some migrants have arrived. Also, if anybody wants a dwarf, this is a brand new fort, so you're able to claim a new character. Ooh, very first migrant is Darth from the previous fort. From the Merchants of Balance. We also have Thob, also from the Merchants of Balance. And Stukos, also from the Merchants of Balance. The goat. A Keat. And that's it. Alright, so first things first. Throw the goat in here. Dwarf you? Sure. What would you like this time? I realized I didn't set up my chickens correctly. They are all available as pets, people. And with such a short list, you can just pick one. Udib, Ineth, Urdib, or Thob the miner. Stukos the clothier, Dishmob the planter, Dedok the expedition leader, the clothier. This is Lenarno. And we'll put the second because you were in the second fort as well. You're 83 years old. You have a pet Keat named Maffle. You have some friend, you're a passing acquaintance with Darth. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. He enjoys the company of others, doesn't seek out excitement, and tends to be passive in discussions. He generally finds himself quite hopeful about the future, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He can handle stress and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is often nervous. He becomes very rigid when he's angry. He speaks in a monotone when he's annoyed. Dreams of mastering a skill, but has no values other than that. Likes orpiment, fine pewter, green zircon, clear glass, donkey hoof, diamonds, giant cassowaries for their casks, and the sight of the poem of music. When possible, he prefers to consume panda, potato wine, teff flour, He absolutely detests fire snakes. Can I choose a drawer for you? I have the stream on the phone, so hard to see. Sure. I can do that. Anyways, welcome to the Fort Lenarno. And you want a bearded dwarf, huh? Well, Zasset is a peasant at the moment. So we'll see what Zasset gets for as far as skills. This Hilder, you're currently hauling an elephant head amaranth. You disdain even the best advice of associates and family, relying strictly on your own counsel. He is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. He tends to hang on to grievances, tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and considering ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He can sometimes act without deliberation, doesn't handle stress well, and occasionally overindulges. He blows his breath out when he's annoyed. He dreams of raising a family, personally does not respect the law, respects the development of skill, and doesn't really value merrymaking. I landed? That never happens. You sound like a catch? Yeah, I mean, they all are catches, really. Hey, look at that beard. He likes marcasite, nickel, smoky quartz, Ramy fabric. Ooh, actually, we can make Ramy fabric. Giant slug parchment. Yum. Backpacks, boxes, chains, the sound of the beige bride, and the sight of the music of scintillating. When possible, he prefers to consume cockatiel, papaya wine, and buckwheat flour, and absolutely detests lizards. Lizards are incredibly misunderstood. All right. So now we have things not... So yeah, so there's this two-legged rhino lizard in here. That's a type of vermin. And I think if a food is not in a barrel, there's a chance that it will eat some of the food. But I don't know that for sure. Like, I think with rats that does happen, but I don't know if it happens with lizards specifically. No one has bedrooms, David. Why are you spending time putting flooring around this random trade depot? Because I want to. Lizards are cool. I enjoy lizards. All right. Well, we do have this lovely area down here that we can maybe do something with, maybe. And we have this area down here that we're currently excavating. All right, yeah, so there's a withered sweet pod in here. I bet you that disappears pretty quickly, though. I betcha. I don't often set up a refuse stockpile anymore. I just don't bother. We're apparently just gonna have all kinds of pigtails. Maybe we set up clothing pretty quick? I mean, clothing's another one that I don't generally do early, but here we are with Ramy and pigtails relatively quick. I guess I do. Stingray is fighting. Oh, it died. It fell down the waterfall. All right, I think we're gonna go up here. Not what I want. Up. I didn't even notice this. This isn't a river here, but it's like kind of like one. That's all right. All right, and we're gonna go up here, and that'll be our way to get over to this section of the map. It's slightly floody here. This is normal. Boom, boom. All right, workshops, clothing. We're gonna get a loom, shale. We're gonna get a clothier. All right, so we need to go to the middle of mid-spring. Of 106. '04 will be 1 year, 105, 106, yeah. All right, so by default, if you just have a bunch of thread, they will automatically weave that thread into cloth. You can turn that off by going to labor, standing orders, and just clicking this, automatically weave all thread. And you can do a no automatic weaving or only weave dyed thread, but I never bother with dyeing thread. And although there are cases where you need thread for specific thread purposes, you can like just disable that temporarily in some cases, and otherwise not worry about it. And I prefer to not worry about it, but you know, that's not everybody's jam. All right, so we are doing quite well. Huh? I happened to hit an aquifer right where I was planning on jigging up. Really? Really? Well, that could be a problem. So there's a good chance, or at least a partial chance, that this aquifer just goes straight across. So I could just, instead of going down this way, I could just go across here. And maybe that'll work. Well, let's try that at least. It'll bug me that that's dug out, but that's all right. Ah. All right, so if I want this all available, I'm gonna have to dig it out. Actually, alternatively, I could just go one over. Yeah, I like that better. All right, hold on. Play that order. Yeah, let's go like that. And dig up. And dig up. And dig. Dig. Dig up. Dig up. And dig. All right, so up here, we'll build a floor, or we'll go into autumn. Hey, Bassett, how you doing? This is our third fort in this world. I need to cover that. Go down here and we'll say wall, wall, wall. And wall. Anyways, this is our third fort in this world. We're exploring the fun of multiple forts in a single world. Doing a bunch of short-term forts. Like I could just build a wall there and then build a wall there and it will stop leaking. Okay. Come on, dig these things. Dig 'em, I say. On the positive side, people will get some positive feelings about this, but not that we've been having trouble with positive feelings in this fort. This fort's all about the positive feelings. You back? I don't see him. Did you just fall asleep right there? Thanks. I could just build a wall there. Yeah, dig that. Build a wall. And I can put a block right there and call it done. Buttons, what's up? What's up? What's up? What? Okay, I need to check on the dog here. And give me one moment. Do I want to just let this go? Yeah, we can just let it go. We will follow Leonardo too. Be right back. She didn't need to go out. There was someone home. All right. Hi, Buttons. Yes, I know you're very excited. People are home, and you're like, oh, people are home. All right. Well, I'm not in any rush to make beds, or to make bedrooms, but I guess we can make a few beds. Our Keat has grown into a guinea hen. Throw some more flooring in our entryway here. Also, let's shear an animal. Spin thread. Probably process plants too. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the scoured metal is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious craft stores. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. I'm really curious, is Oh, this is not the same outpost liaison. So our previous outpost liaison was 166. So I was like, this person's just gonna keel over and die one of these years. Apparently that happened. All right, well, we made some mechanisms. We'll sell those. Buttons is very excited that they're home. Don't rightly know what I'm going to use the rest of the space for, but I'm going to use it for something eventually. All right. Datan says, I am your liaison for the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. What do we want? Jaguar leather? Oh, yes, please. Amulets and armor. Didn't we just trade armor with them last time? I feel like we did. Merchants have arrived and are unloading their goods? Really? Where? Oh. Like they were just there. I get it. Oh, shoot. Hello, how was that? They're pretty good drivers? All right. We'll take it. I've got mail? And one of those is no good. Or not useful, not important. Not important. How about that? Thanks everybody for hanging out today. As a reminder, don't forget to, like, subscribe, follow, all that jazz. We are streaming both on Twitch and on YouTube. You can also yell drop. It works just as well as the not yelled drop, by the way. Miss Hilder, you landed. Nice job. I enjoy yelling. Well, I don't know. I kind of gave up on yelling a while back. I mean, I still sometimes talk at an elevated volume, we'll say. For the most part, I don't yell. So the problem with this doesn't allow me any windows, but at the same time, I guess there's no sand, so it doesn't matter. Some migrants have arrived. Ooh. Away. We have Edsel the Mason. Not from our previous okay, or our previous fort. We have Onel the Woodcrafter, also not. We have Alokum the Peasant. From the Cloister of Elders. Ooh. Jurist Deduk Meng. They didn't belong to anywhere before here. Tosid. And that's it. Actually, let's check the map situation here. Ooh! Splattered Lashes didn't exist before. So that's a new place. GildYawned is up to 50 population. Sprinkled Bows still at 20. Not sure that one's gonna make it. There's a tower down here and it has the artifact called the History of the Struggle. Alright, well we got a few new migrants. We're only up to 15 now. But that's okay. Alright. I'm just digging out some bedrooms here. Not like I wasn't necessarily planning on doing bedrooms early, but here we are. I'm making this hallway here. I might end up digging out all this afterwards, but for now, this will do. I landed? Guess what? That never happens. What if I make this into a dining hall? I wish I could make windows here. I can make them out of gems. There's only a small chance that people will die. Let's just do this real quick. See if we can do this without anybody dying. I'm sure it'll be fine. It's not actively leaking, is it? I think so. We sealed that up, right? All right. Now I just need something to block that. Which I can either put down here or put up there. I prefer having it underground, so we'll put it right here. Blockos. Let's also make a ramp. Oh, I'm gonna need some cut gems too. All right, so let's do that. Furniture, workshop, jeweler. Seems like a fine place to put it. Rough gems, what do we got? Pink jades? Pink jades it is. Oh, our merchants are here. I don't have a broker. Broker! Who shall be our broker? Lenarno II, you are our broker. You're a skilled negotiator. Now the thing is, I think when I set someone as a noble at a particular location, that makes it less likely for them to migrate here. But that's okay. I don't need all of them to migrate. I just want to have some of them migrate. Anybody else want to be named? Plenty of dwarves available for such things. Alright, we're selling mechanisms today, people. And we're gonna need to get rid of some excess weight for them. Black bronze is really interesting. Alright, you want one? Just tell me beard, no beard, roughly what kind of job you want. And we don't have a lot of choices, but probably find something. I guess we'll take the nanny goat, and that'll solve the weight problem. And that's probably it. All right, trade it up. Thanks so much. We'll go down here, and we'll say goatish. Go in there. Oh shoot, that's a straight billy goat. That's fine. Whatever seems good. All right, you will be. Well, our happiest dwarf is Dish Mob, so you get to be Dish Mob. Began Un. 77 years old. You have a lover, Muthcat, throw wheels. You have good focus, good with language, strong, but you're not creative. She is very greedy, finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. She is somewhat scatterbrained, lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. She is curious and eager to learn. She is assertive and is quite polite. She often feels envious of others, is not particularly interested in what others think of her, does not go out of her way to help others, and is trusting. She doesn't handle stress well. She has an active imagination and is slow to anger. She dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world, despite the fact that she likes chaos. She personally believes that peace is always preferable to war. She likes malachite, black bronze, crystal opal, knuckle worm leather. I've never heard of a knuckle worm, but okay. The color mauve, gems, picks, floodgates, bracelets, dogs for their loyalty, moths for their coloration, in the words of the couple of lessons. When possible, she prefers to consume Draltha and sewer brew. She absolutely detests blood gnats. Who doesn't? Blood gnats are horrible. All right, cut gems on repeat, go. Now I already know it's not gonna freeze here, so I don't have to worry about that. So let's just cut this. Put flooring down, put gem windows down. It'll be fine. It's only going to splash a little. And maybe we won't lose any dwarves to it. Who knows? Part of the fun. In the meantime, ooh, cherry opals. Go up here and we'll say, build me a bridge. Right there. No one's at the bottom yet. I consider that a win. Gem window. No rush. No rush at all. All right, and this is going to be kind of a small dining hall. Or I can make it bigger. I can make the dining hall portion over here and the tavern over here. I could have a tavern completely separate from it. Don't need to have a tavern associated with it at all. I'll give it some thought. This is going to be mighty fine. We're also going to want a couple more tables and chairs. Rock table. Rock throne. Rock table. Rock throne. How many gems are we up to? 4? All right, well, we can make one window. You guys really have to stand all the way over here? Really? No one's dead yet. Bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. Ooh, the merchants are leaving this way now. I don't know that they didn't come in that way, but that's okay. Good to know that they can leave that way if they choose. Do 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 do. Ba-na-na-na. Bum 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 bum. Rum bum ba dum. Second window. I'm kind of surprised that it doesn't like actually splash in here at all. So it is mighty tempting to just leave it. Or even just put like a fortification there. But some of these dwarves are probably getting positive feelings about this. Yeah, relieves being nearer to a waterfall. Our water buffalo cow is giving birth to a water buffalo calf. Ooh, Miss Hilder, you're eating a pineapple. Yum. Well, as much as I love free misting machines, I think I do want the windows here. Now, I'm not specifying this as a dining hall quite yet, because if I specify it as a dining hall, then people will just kind of naturally congregate here. And the last thing I want to do is have someone just like sit in this open area and just like give them the encouragement they need to go plummeting to their death. So since I don't want that, we'll just wait to call it a dining hall. People will still eat here, but at least they won't congregate here normally. Ooh, it's a lungfish. All right, so we made that bridge. Don't think I have any more mechanisms at the moment, so let's... Right, because I just sold them all. What do they want? Amulets? Amulets and armor. Well, I can probably make some amulets. I'll need a rock or a craft store shop for that. That wouldn't be risky to get at all. You just need to like kind of skirt through there and you'll be fine. Sneak past it. I think I'll leave it there. All right. Fourth window. We'll have to make that, then we'll set the table and chair up. Then we'll call it a dining hall. And then they'll complain about not having goblets. Boom, 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 boo, doo, doo. All right, excellent. Hey, we did it, and no one died. Now, do they actually care that they're looking out the window towards the waterfall? No. That's the sad part. As much as they enjoy looking out the windows, they don't actually look out windows. Whoops. And you know, I'm doing this as a series on YouTube. I'm always interested in people's opinions about things or thoughts about things. So if you check out the videos and feel like leaving a comment, feel free. I mean, I encourage you to do that with any content that you consume. Let the creator know what you're thinking or what you would like to see, what you would like to see improved upon. Because sometimes, you know, getting feedback is kind of tough. Not going to guarantee I'll do anything with it, but, you know, there's at least a possibility of it. You know what? I wasn't necessarily going to set a fruit gathering zone, but since we seem to have some free fruit just lying on our bridge, they're mine. Ineth, the miner, is grabbing ramutans. Also, should probably restrict that. Only get one out of that? Oh well. Still, better than nothing. Labor, plant gatherers. Oh, Muthcat would be good at that. I'll make that a job for Miss Hilder as well, and local gather. Right? Now, no one's necessarily going to be using this path down here. It'll be too inefficient for them to use, but they will most likely go up, over, and down to get over to this area. And they won't use this area until I actually start specifying them as bedrooms. I'll be fine. All right. Now, do I want a manager and a bookkeeper? I feel like that's the kind of thing that you might have in a fort. Bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. Also, can I get this stuff out of this hallway? Because they're kind of in the way. Yeah. Do that. Still a fair amount just hanging out outside because that's what they do. No animals to shear. Alright, so we have a bunch of cloth. Rock, amulets. Make 10 of them, I guess. There's a good chance no one has clothes that they need to like replace yet, but I'm just going to do a quick spot check. Yep, no clothing needed. think for our manager this time, we will just set a table and chair in the middle of things. And that'll be, or actually not, yeah, for the manager we'll do that. And then in the, we'll make a stockpile for most of our trade goods, and that's where our bookkeeper will stay. Going on other creatures around here. Giant monarch butterfly. I've never seen one of those. Huh? Now I have. Also a pangolin. It's just hanging out. It's fine. Furniture. All right, let's start all the way down here. Only have shale to work with. Whip wine. Into winter we go. Hi everybody. Just a reminder, Lenses is out today. It is a compilation of 3 anthologies. All 3 of those books are collected into one volume. It's got a total of 16 stories in it, including 3 of my own. Yeah, check it out today. If you have any questions about it, feel free to ask. I'm kind of inclined to have a little farm over here for just growing whip vines and stuff like that. So we'll go dig. Like that. I didn't actually give myself enough time to make stuff. 24, huh? Do guava and guava and go back down here. We'll remove all this. Zoop. And then we'll make a little hidey hole back here, which will be for our seeds. Yeah, because we get some whip vines. Make those. Bag shouldn't have. This isn't for rainy seeds. I did not say rainy seeds can go in here. Whatever. Whatever. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And do another layer up here. Bark, bark, bark. Let's make some rock mugs. 5 of them. part I don't like about this is I don't get the opportunity to just throw a couple of chests here and have them stored in the chests unless I also make this a tavern. Thanks so much for the follow. I do anonymous follows here, but thank you, thank you. But if I make this all a big tavern back here, I guess that's okay. And right now I'm splitting each episode of the Forts by Years into seasons, but I think as we get into the longer ones I might put them to years, and I'm also going to do a full version, the entire fort in question. So for instance, the 1 year fort that I've got, it's got 4 seasons, and then I'll have one collected one. And then for the 2 year fort, I have 8 seasons, and then I'll do single video for the entire thing. Just in case, like, I'm sure there's people out there that prefer shorter formats like I do. And then there's other people that will turn on something and let it run for 2-3 hours. Just have it on in the background. So if that's the case, we'll have that available too. All right, I believe we have made our table and chair for our manager. And now let's actually pick a manager. No one has any relevant skills. Miss Hilder, congratulations. You are a manager. You've been promoted. Also, I landed. That never happens. Here's what I'm thinking. So the normal wall would have gone down here. But what I want to do is put flooring here just to kind of mark it off for myself. And we'll put some gem windows here to kind of reflect back over here. There, and then this will be our tavern. And this one, yeah, I like to have visitors, so we'll leave it. Skilled conversationalist, competent persuader. Ooh, sorry about that, everybody. Didn't mean to bump the microphone. Conversationalist, flatterer. Judge of intent and conversationalist. There you go, Eurist. And now this will become part of that. And now I can throw down a little bit of flooring down here. And then also make some chests, because I forgot about that. Toasted is reciting poetry. This is going to be just for prepared meals. All right, did we finish this up here? We did. So this is going to be a stockpile for seeds that are not cave wheat, not pigtails. Actually, let's just make this for whipvines and Ramy. And do I have any others? Prickleberries? Oh, I don't even seem to have Ramys. So here's the thing, it doesn't show me Ramy seeds here, but we definitely have Ramy seeds. Also, at some point this started collecting barrels again. All right. And we'll do prickleberries. That was the other one. All right, so this is going to be prickleberries. Oh, I can do pineapples too. Maybe another day. We will do pineapple, and then Ramy, and then whipvines and whipvine and whipvine. This is going to become a custom stockpile for just drink. And we'll go down here. For this one, we're gonna turn off drink. We have turned off meals. I don't have a kitchen yet. We can dig out a kitchen too. And then I can move all this up there. Yeah, looks like people are putting mugs into the chests. Or just using them. And that's fine. Hens are growing up. Making progress. Making progress. Bark, bark, bark. I'm just bouncing all around up there, huh? Kind of killing me I don't have more than one stoneworker. I feel like this is not going quickly. Oh good, I set the stockpile up as a stone one and they accidentally grabbed all this limonite. Alright, well, let's get rid of this stockpile. Did not mean to do it that way. Let's have a new stockpile right here. And it's going to be for stone, specifically other stone. There. I'm trying to improve the speediness at which they create rock blocks, but it's not going quickly. Alright. Glory floor. I think I'll put 2 stills and a kitchen in there. This is gonna just be for cloth. Now I made that other bridge there, but I didn't link it to anything. Look at that. We're growing stuff, people. I think we have a lot of pineapples. Who knew? Yeah, let's... And a little piece of flooring. Actually, just put it right there. Actually, I'll do one down here too, because I never set one up for the front door. We have a visitor. Solon the Bard. I think they visited us at the other fort too. Alright, Linky Linky Loo, this will go right here. I need more mechanisms. What else is new? So this coming week, it's looking like a regular week, Monday through Friday. Stream 6:30 to 8 Eastern. That's 10:30 to noon UTC. And yeah, and then after that, we'll see what the weekend brings. Kitchen. I really want to have blocks around the rest of it too. I need another stone worker. Bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. Guava's another one I can't do anything with. Guava seeds, that is. All right, Linky Linky Loo. It was good to see them wasting wine. All right, I only got that all built. It's not that important, but for some reason it is to me. And we still don't have bedrooms, but who cares? I guess that means I can get rid of the previous still. Pretty soon I can get rid of this stockpile. When did we get prepared giant mantis heart? I don't remember that at all. Is that one of the ones I embarked with? Maybe? This bard is socializing in a room by themselves. Alright, we are going to call this one the front door. This one is up top. And down here we have crossover bridges. All set up there. All right. So this is going to be a food stockpile that doesn't include meals, doesn't include seeds, doesn't include drink. And that's it. And we'll go down here and we'll say this one doesn't exist. Done. All right, now I can maybe make another stoneworker's shop. The late winter already. Get some holes dug out for bedrooms, but we'd have no bedrooms yet. Let's go up here and make a few more amulets. This is going to have two purposes. One is to have trade goods for the traders when they get here. Two is to give dwarves an opportunity to claim an amulet. So we just selected all types. We selected all of this, then said no types and just selected amulets. And that'll bring over all the amulets from over here, put them over here, then someone will claim some of them. Alright, if I'm gonna have more than just shale, I really need to dig down more. So let's do that. Oh, except that's aquifer. Well. Oops. Eliminate. One is something other than shale. I mean, preferably something more than just brown, really, is what I'm looking for. Zephon the Bard is visiting. Maybe we just have shale here, and that's all we have. Maybe that's all we get. We can't have nice things here.
Bark, bark, bark.
Bark, bark, bark. Into spring we go. This isn't quite a full year yet. We got to get to the middle of middle spring in order to call it a year. Well, that's all right. We got time. Shale, shale, and endless shale. Wonder if we'll find another kind of rock before we find... Oh, well, there you go. Oh, and it's aquifer again. Ooh, we have rumors. Playstone. All right, finally out of aquifer territory at least.
Bark, bark, bark.
Bark, bark, bark. And am I going to get down to the caverns before I find another kind of stone? And I suppose I found claystone. That's kind of different. Not really the non-brown I'm looking for, but you know. Kind of curious about the rumors we're getting. In 103, Adu Titanus Lakes became expedition leader of the Misty Sling. Group calling itself the Misty Sling founded Splattered Lashes after a long journey from the lands of the Scouted Metal. Excellent. It looks like they're attacking. Ooh, GildYawned's growing. Wrinkled Bows is not. We have someone who's ecstatic to be here. Began, you are a happy, happy clam. Clean up all this aquifer is going to take a lot of work. First off, I need to like clear out the roof over that. Or I could just leave it alone. Maybe we don't deal with it at all. More sandstone. Drop it, drop it, drop. Yeah, shoot. Didn't mean to do that one, but it will. Oakville. Limestone's good. I wish it's not in the aquifer. Ooh, gems. Banded agates. Yum. I don't know why everything is a yum with me, but it's... Alright, maybe limestone will be good enough. Let's stick around here for a little bit and we'll just quarry this a little bit. We've definitely wasted a lot of time doing that. That's okay though. It's worth it, of course. What else was I doing? I don't remember. Also, make rock blocks over here. Alright, so we started making other kinds of blocks. Let's plan to do floor. Let's go to deep pit. Love deep pits. I really do. What? Where is it? Where's the deep pit? Ooh, quartzite. I was gonna say, where do we open it up? Ah. Alright, deep pit. Let's go. Can't see very far, but we're not actually looking at it, so that's not surprising. Quartzite, nice. Nice. Petrified wood. Petrified wood is so rare that you can't like really build out of it. Well, that deep pit isn't the only thing that's deep here. Holy crap. Like this over here is quite deep too. Huh. Got me intrigued. And in the meantime, wall up. Don't want to just leave this like that. I don't want the water to actually run down there and then pool up. Because, you know, we have so much aquifer just like draining right now. Might actually get full. Probably take this opportunity to make a well. This is negative 25. I might need to slow this down some. Oh shoot. Don't actually need to spend time smoothing the floor. Am I going to stream tomorrow? Yes, but I will be streaming productivity. So I'll be working on my writing and stuff like that. I won't be playing Dwarf Fort again until probably next weekend, if at all. I gotta deal with this. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how it goes. It's night in Sweden, so you're gonna slip. All right, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. And as always, people who are hanging out there, you know, feel free to leave a like, a follow, subscribe, whatever is the appropriate terminology for the site that we're on. Appreciate that you're out there. Hope you're having a good time. Yeah, I think this is like darn near too much for them to handle. Thanks, Emil. I appreciate that. I hope you have a good time. I hope everybody has a good time when they're hanging out here. I mean, at least everybody's going to get some positive thoughts about being in a waterfall, you know? Lack of decent meals for too long. Well, oh, also we're out of drink. Why are you pen pasturing animals? Are they scared of something? No. They're fine. I don't need to add more tasks to their list. Alright, so we have stone. I want to increase the size of this. Alright, here we are in the middle of spring. I'm gonna stand up and stretch because that's a full year. And then we'll continue on in just a moment. I'll leave you to follow Leonardo. Currently smoothing a wall. I won't be gone long. Just need to stand up. All right. Aaron was going to go store an item in a stockpile. Any regular visitors now? All right. So I do think this aquifer draining is going to be a little too much for my dwarves to handle if I'm not careful. So for this one, we're going to dig here and here. And then channel down. Actually, I guess we'll dig out the middle. A little dangerous doing stuff like this, but actually, I guess I can channel there too. Alright, so that's the easy part. Actually, now I can go... Oh. Hold on. I need to go one further.
Bark, bark, bark.
Bark, bark, bark. So those... I might have to redo some of this, but that's alright. And really, I just needed to get to the point where it's not draining so much that it's a problem. Oh, like it already is. Great. Well, I didn't want to go down there anyways. Darn it. Real problem is that's actually going to start filling. Alright, so this is the top of this aquifer layer, so I just need to go over here. Not sure how you can get that square, but okay. It occurs to me I actually need to dig that first. Bum, bum. I also need to smooth this back wall. I was digging a little carelessly over here. That's really what it comes down to. I landed? That never happens. So that'll solve this one. Definitely did this more messily than I needed to, but you know, that's the way it goes sometimes. Into summer we go. In the summer, summer, summer. I think for the 5-year fort, we'll be doing something. Hey, Actually, how you doing? Welcome on in, everybody, from Actuality's stream. From Sea to Fortress, ahoy! We're talking from chaotic seas to Marvel Edge Fortress. Well, welcome on in. How you doing? Welcome on in, Bluestone and Silver Storm. Hi, hi. How you doing? What were you working on today? Absolutely destroyed in Sea of Thieves. I'm good. I am back to Dwarf Fort and loving it. I miss playing this game. So yeah, just games today, more co-working tomorrow. Same. Yeah, I'm actually working on putting together my short story collection, so that's been consuming my mind every moment of the day. So this has been nice to take a break from it. For those of you who do not know, my name is David, or Tellan Artho. I do writing streams here Monday through Friday, starting at 6:30 Eastern, which is 10:30 UTC. I go for about 90 minutes, so I run a single sprint and then I talk throughout the whole thing. It's not very productive, but you know, we pretend. Aside from that, I've got short stories in each of these 3 anthologies here. But if you want, you can just pick up all 3 in lenses, because all of those stories are in lenses. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Other than that, we'll get back to the Dwarf Fort. I'm doing a new series here on Dwarf Fort, basically doing a single year fort and then a 2-year fort and then a 3-year fort. This here is the 3rd year fort, or the 3-year fort, I should say. We're about a year into it. And actually, I'll give you a quick fort tour. This is our little lovely entrance here. And we're using ramps for a lot of things. So this one goes down, that one goes up. So if I go up a little bit, we have our lovely flock of chickens, as one must have. Some stuff over here, and future bedrooms. We're a year and some into this fort, and I don't have any bedrooms yet, but they're dug out. They can't complain that they don't have bedrooms because they at least are dug out. I mean, they could complain, but I wouldn't listen. Yeah, so we have some bedrooms. Up here we have a lovely dining hall and tavern, which is incomplete. Apparently we have an elf spearman visiting. Who knew? I've been busy dealing with water. If we go up this way, we have another entrance to the fort, including some above ground crops that we're doing in kind of a greenhouse style without glass, but you know, whatever. And then going down again, We go down here, and this is where we're working right now. So we have a number of aquifer layers, which basically means, you know, water seeping in from the walls and the ceiling. So it gets a little wet. If you don't like being wet, this is not the fort for you. Because we had one aquifer layer, and then you go down a little bit more, we have another aquifer layer that we're currently cleaning up, and then it dries out again, and then we have another aquifer layer. So yeah, there's water, and it got a little floody, and now this nice layer I can't use anymore until I clean it up. So it got a little floody, but yeah. Anyways, we're exploring. We're having a good time. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I like to describe myself as someone who will help explain the game to someone new. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And yeah. Anyways, I hope you had a good time. I mean, even when getting destroyed in a game, you can generally have fun. So I assume you had a good time. Otherwise, you probably would have rage quit and not raided at all. So thanks for the raid. Thanks for sharing your community and all that jazz. And yeah, if you need to get up and get away from the computer, I completely understand. But otherwise, we'll be continuing on our stuff here. And yeah, welcome in. I've been meaning to put in a floor here. Oh, we have 40 sandstone blocks. How convenient. Nice two-tone floor there. It'll be perfect. Also, when did this elf spearman show up? A while ago. Oh, Abe showed up. Hold on. Hold on. Abe was a visitor in the other fort too. Nice. Gonna lurk while you get ready to call it a night? All right. Yeah. Yeah. Already 4:30, huh? I should probably start thinking about things. All right. What was I doing? Are we brewing anything? No. Oh, we have pineapple wine? Booyah. And what do we have that we can make meals out of? Oh, you know what we haven't done is set up nest boxes for our hens. I should be ashamed. All right, I don't know what a cashew apple is. I also don't know what a coffee cherry is. Anybody know what those things are? I sure don't. Oh yeah, we have all kinds of different things. Do not cook with any of this stuff, people. We need it. All right, looks like we're not necessarily making meals at the moment, and that's okay. All right, going back down to my floody problem here. 3 separate aquifer layers. All right. The problem with aquifers is they leak from the floor. No, they leak from the ceiling and all the walls. So I have open space down here. So all of this that is floor here will leak down to here because it's ceiling here. But once I get rid of all this, we're done. This one is done, and then I can go down to the next level. And it occurs to me I didn't need to dig out all that, but that's okay. I'll get over it. It's not actually draining, or it's not actually getting wet from there, so I can either leave that for another time or just not touch it at all. And that's fine. Would someone like to dig out these things? Problem is I told them they could do other things for a little bit. Darn. I could just do this whole strip here.
Bark, bark, bark.
Bark, bark, bark. Doo, 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 doo. I'm hopeful that I actually don't need to do it all, but see how it goes. We shall see how it goes. All right, that layer's done. Now we can go bing. Bing. All right, now we can smooth all this jazz. And once all that's smooth, we can dig it out. This is frankly probably something I don't need to be focusing on, but it's what we got. All right, nest boxes. Nest boxes are made at a craft store shop. Feel ashamed for not doing this earlier. Also, I don't really love that I had to keep them corralled in here. I could actually get rid of this now, because they will naturally go to the tavern since it's considered a meeting zone, and chickens like to meet. Oh, shoot. Oh, David, you dummy. That's fine. We're gonna have to do this one a little differently. I have to do this a little different. Though, I can probably finish that one and call it done. It'll still be wet down there, but at least it won't be floody. So who wants a floody area, you know? Bark, bark, bark. Bark, bark, bark. Barkity bark, bark. Bark, bark. So yeah, this week, be back to working on arthropods. And we'll see how things go after that. Everybody's just sharing rumors. I like that we're getting visitors now, though. I really shouldn't be focusing on this. This is extremely slow. But I do feel it's important to resolve rather than let it flood. Maybe this is the last one I do, though. I mean, I can do other things while it's waiting. All right, let's set a hotkey here. Aquifer fix. All right, so now I can go there without a problem. Go up here. Shops. Farming, nest boxes, use the closest material. Now we have plenty of blocks to work with. And start making people's bedrooms. Of course, the more they do this, the less they'll work on the other stuff, but you know, that's okay. Channel down here. Zoop. Don't really have a place for my bookkeeper yet. I could throw them down here. They don't need a private office, they just need an office. Maybe later on I'll give them a window or something. Oh, I don't actually have a bookkeeper yet, do I? Alright, fine. Bookkeeper. Began. That's your job now. That is your job now. Congratulations. On the positive side, no one's ever died from being a bookkeeper. Rock doors. Let's get, suppose I could queue this up with the manager now, huh? Oops. All right. Let's queue up some other stuff. Rock cabinets and rock coffers. I just love it when the kids are just out there belting out songs. It's wonderful. Now, why is there a bag with rice and coffee beans? Let's ask. Alright, we've got 2 more nest boxes to place. And you know what? Let's make this place special. It's up to 30. How many mugs do we have? I made 15 before, right? Yeah. This 15's fine. It's fine. No new migrants. Hey, CNDK, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yes, the music is coming from the game. And it is delightful. I quite enjoy it. Yeah, the music for adventure mode is similarly quite good. I want them to just like cycle through all the music in the game instead of just playing certain ones for certain events. It's like there's quite a few songs that you just don't hear very often. Like when a fort dies, the song that plays is Kagana-san. Kogan, something like that. Kogana-san or something like that. And it's so good. Gives me chills how good it is. Tavern Keeper claimed the first bedroom. We're dealing with a slight floody problem down here. But it seems to have tapered off at least. It doesn't seem to be flooding up this anymore. The irony here is I don't necessarily know if I'm ever going to use this stuff down here, but I started this project, so I'm going to finish it, gosh darn it. I think it occurs to me I also need to dig that out. Because otherwise I won't be able to put a wall there. No migrants. How rude. So anyway, CNDK, we're doing what I'm calling a Forts by Years project. So we had a first fort called Sprinkled Bows right here. We ran it for 1 year. Then we retired it. It was doing fine. It was in a Joyous Wilds on the ocean, on an Untamed Wilds ocean. And then we played GildYawned for 2 years. That one was also doing just fine. Just ignore the poison gas forgotten beast in the basement. And it was doing fine. And then we retired that after 2 years. And now we're playing this one, RedRelic. And we're going to be doing this one for 3 years. And then I think the next one's going to be 5 years. And then after that, we'll do a 10-year for it. That's the plan. We'll see how far we get. But that's the plan. Couple of bedrooms set up. And by couple, I mean 4. Tavern Keeper is still the only one that's got one. let's go ahead and make more beds. I'm so accustomed to not actually using a manager, I think I broke myself. Like, why would I go to this menu? It's just, let's go to the other one. I don't know why I'm making more. Hey, who's spilling the mango wine? This is precious stuff, people. I don't know why I'm making more amulets. Hey, we've got a bunch to sell. So let's check on clothing. Just doing a spot check on clothing, see if anybody needs any. Will you stop moving? Thank you. Clothing seems good. Engraved on the wall is an image of ballista parts. Even though that's actually the floor. But still. All right, did we do this yet? Oh, we did. Good. All right. All. Also, smooth that. More rumors? I haven't actually been watching the rumors lately. Anything significant? Nothing new there. I didn't even notice. The goblins seem to be, let's say, multiplying rapidly over there. Whoa. There's a bit of activity down there. Just a bit. Just a bit. Well, I could have settled down here instead. But I think I'm glad I didn't. It's probably going to bother me later that I didn't fill this in as I was going to, but I didn't realize there was going to be a problem up here until I already did it. So things. No one wants a bedroom, apparently. The whole point of going down there was to get different kinds of blocks so that I wouldn't have to build everything out of shale. And here I am building everything out of shale. So yeah, I don't know that my purpose of being down there really was achieved. Like, whoops, I completely got distracted. It's fine. Now, there's certainly no need to actually pave all the bedrooms like this. I do this all the time, but there's not really a need. It does increase the value of the bedroom, but the dwarves won't notice it. So unless the dwarf actually needs a higher quality bedroom for position, this is in a way wasted effort. Or you could look at it as it has an aesthetically pleasing shape to it, so I'll do it. Tickle in my throat. And now that that's basically drained out, or no longer being a problem, I can drain that out and then I can continue going down that way if I choose to.
Bark, bark, bark.
Bark, bark, bark. Narno took that one. Erdim took that one. Muthkat took that one. That one's still open. And they must be so accustomed to not having bedrooms, they're like, I don't need a bedroom. What are you making bedrooms for? Bard is visiting. I don't know how they managed to mess that up, but whatever. Oh, I shouldn't be bothering with this. That's fine. I'd have to specify one of my miners as a digger only. I seem to need to wait quite a bit, while. Also, do we need to shear animals? Guess we'll find out. Oh, took an amulet. Want to acquire an object. Well, you just did. Whatever. One, two, three, four, five. 5 more doors. So we'll make 10. Hi. Yeah, that could be done. Be done. Leftovers. Yes, that was lunch as well. All right, everybody. Yeah, dinner calls, so I guess it's time to go. So let's say a goodbye to RedRelic. We're pretty close to a year and a half into it. Well, all right, let's do a quick little fort tour here. As you can see, we have some incomplete bedrooms over here. They mostly have beds in them. Some of them have doors. Going up, we have more bedrooms. Also, we have a ramp that goes across the water here. Going down, we go under the water here. And we have this thing, which we'll get to. Go back up. And we have our crafting area, which is, it's temporary, we'll say. And that's actually our entrance to the fort. Going up again, we have our farming. This used to be where our chickens were, but now that we have actual meeting zones inside the fort, we allow them to roam. More crafting stuff down here. We have our manager's office and our bookkeeper. Manager is Miss Hilder, bookkeeper is Lenarno. Oh no, that's our broker. Our bookkeeper is Began. So that's Began's office, that's Miss Hilder's office. Going up again, we get to our tavern. This is our dining hall and this is our tavern, which is where all our chickens are congregating, because that's what chickens do. They like to be in among the people, you know? All right, Angel. All right, Sophia. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. We have our kitchens, and we go up again, and again, and again, and again. And we have surface crops up here in a greenhouse kind of spot. And then we have our secondary entrance over here. Apparently gathering some stuff off the ground. And this is linked to something. All right, we have that one, which links to up top. This one links to the front door. Do we have one for our bridge? Yes, we do. That's crossover bridges. All right. So in the event that someone like decides to scale this wall, we can close them in there. Can't do anything with them, but we can close them in. And that's the fort. So the real question is, what do we want to do next? We have our clothing. We don't have a leather worker yet. All right, let's just unpause. Let's take a look at the named dwarves. We have Began, we have Darth Torlin, we have Lenarno, Miss Hilder. If anybody wants a dwarf, just let me know. I will happily grant one. All of our chickens are available as pets, as they do. The guinea hen is owned by Lenarno. Apparently we've already got some water buffalo calves. We have for blocks. Claystone, not a whole lot. What are we making? We have a whole bunch of amulets. Oh, we should check on our civ and just, do they want amulets? They want amulets, all right. And they're bringing us jaguar leather. We need to remember to get the jaguar leather. And yeah, this is where we are. We also founded Sprinkled Bows, which is our 1-year fort, and GildYawned, which was our 2-year fort. GildYawned seems to be thriving. They're up to a population of 60. Sprinkled Bows, not so much. They've been lingering around 20. This Hillock's Splattered Lashes has come up since then, which I guess our civ is expanding, which is good. So yeah. I kind of want to check out some of these abandoned fortresses at some point, but that's okay. All right, are we making rock blocks? Oh, we have a whole bunch of rock orders. All right, good. And in terms of orders, cabinets, coffers, and doors. Okay. Kitchen. Don't brew the pigtails. We need to process pigtails. And we're not cooking any with any of our wine, as you shouldn't. Oh, we have processed plants already queued up. Excellent. We have a human bard visiting. Boom, boom, boom. Just put a little bit of flooring in here. Oh, also, I didn't talk about the way down. So we've been working on this. This is just like open aquifer flooding. But it'll give people good thoughts. We should probably just auto mine this. There's nothing possibly wrong with auto mining stuff, right? It's just wet because of that. We're gonna have all kinds of limonite. That's excellent. A second aquifer layer. And then third aquifer layer, which is, this is the one we were actively working on cleaning up. All right, so we're waiting for these to be dug out and then we'll wall it up. I really want this to be dry. I want to be able to empty out this because this is where all the gneiss is. And we did find the first cavern layer, which is beautiful, by the way. Like, it's just got this wide open area over here, which has some quartzite, it has some gneiss, it has slate, it has phyllite, it has marble. Like, it is just got so much stuff going on, and it is deep. So anyways, we're gonna clean up that hole and dig out this and then let it drain off into the caverns here. That's the plan. Human Bard has been sharing rumors. Curious why no one's digging. Oh, because I queued up a whole bunch of other digging. All right, well, let's go down here and we'll say these are priority 1. Because I really want this to be done. Bark, bark, bark. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that one. It's only one spot, it's not gonna be that much. It'll be fine. Oh, we have a Swordsdwarf and a human axeman. Delightful. Only had a population of 15, but we have nobody upset. Only one neutral. It's good. Finish our rock cabinets. Rock cabinettos. This might have been an ambitious, like, plan to just be like, oh, I'll just do all this. And we have a caravan from Bub Nuskel arriving. Let's go up to our trade depot and we're going to move stuff. We're going to move our 27 amulets, which means probably 3 of them have been claimed by other people. Do we have any... We have nothing that's worn off yet. Do we have any mechanisms? I like to sell mechanisms sometimes. Yeah. And that's going to do it. Three more bedrooms. All right. Diplomacy. Datan says, I'm your liaison for the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. This is a new outpost liaison. Our previous one and the first 2 forts, they were like 166 years old. And then suddenly with this fort, we got Datan. I'm like, oh, sad news, everybody. The old one is gone. World is the same as ever. Now we are going to request tiger leather. And they want large gems. Okay, fine. Yeah, where is that outpost liaison anyways? So our new outpost liaison is 72. Has a spouse of Olin Helmed Braids. Is a novice milker, novice strand extractor, and a novice metal crafter. Worships dish mob. Apparently likes to hang out with the chickens. Mutters under his breath when he's trying to remember something. Do you even like chickens? No. You're just socializing and they're the only ones that are present, so you're like, oh, okay, I'll socialize with the chickens. It's fine. It's fine. That's normal. Broker, get your butt up here. I want to get back to it, but there's a person there that has really possessed eyes. I need to look at that more. All right, well, we requested leather, so we're going to get the leather. I don't need a cow or a reindeer bowl, but I kind of want to get them. I don't know what it is about cages, caged animals. Like, I always want to take them from the vendors so that I can set them free. Boxes. I don't think I need any of that. All right, jaguar leather, let's go. They brought us the leathers. No, we can't do 2 of them though. Trade. Thanks, buddy. I completely forgot about wanting to look at the animals. So this guy, Toulon, look at his eyes. Aren't they just staring into your soul? Fairly certain they're staring into my soul. Not so much in the image here, but she feels pleasure near a fine trade depot. Yeah, well, I built this depot for you. I mean, not you specifically, but we have an iron mace, bismuth bronze shield. We have no migrants. A steel mail shirt, nice. Also, a steel mail shirt and llama leather armor. Bronze high boots, steel steel gauntlets, iron chain leggings. Yeah, you are kitted out. Nice. Zos is a mace dwarf, also an escort. Do you have any kills? No. Alright, well, we have leather now. Which was finally planned for, because now I need a place to put a leatherworks, because if we're going to be trading for leather, I guess I should, you know, actually have some. What if we dug down here? I didn't mean to do that on priority, but that's okay. What do you call a chicken staring at a lettuce? I don't know, but I'm gonna love it, I can tell. No, not auto mine. A chicken sees a salad. Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you. I appreciate it. Alright, this is gonna be our leatherworks. I don't know why the leatherworks are off on the separate area here, but they clearly did something wrong and they know what they did. I'm not loving this peat wall, so we're gonna say bye to peat. And we'll just put some floor. Gosh, I wish I had more blocks to work with. Carpenter, make me a new wheelbarrow. In fact, make me another wheelbarrow. In fact, make me another wheelbarrow. I kind of forget I still only have 15 people, so I can't actually do this very quickly. I'm just gonna make this into my leather stockpile up here. And that one will accept bins. We'll allow the bins in that one. Do we still have anything on the outside? Oh, we have a lot of stuff still out here. Including a bag of mango pits. Ooh, pineapples. Oh, that's not actually a pineapple, that's just a plant. Dead pineapple plants, that were ridiculous. Bag of rice with a coffee bean in it. Cashews and coffee beans. Can we please do something with those? That'd be helpful. Workshop. Leather. Right there. Sandstone. I forgot that I had made limonite blocks. Wall. Is this shale? That's shale. Does it need to be shale? No. Is it going to be? Yes. I can cut off that edge here. That's fine. Nope, can't actually build that yet. I lied. You only have 15 people, David. You can't just make things willy-nilly. Because Willie doesn't want none of this.
Bark, bark, bark.
Bark, bark, bark. What did they say they needed? Large gems, huh? I can't force them to make a cut gem into a large gem, right? That's like a random shot, but I can make large gems out of like rocks. I can make some large rock gems. Also, we can probably cut gems. Where's our gem cutter? Oh. Yes. Cut gems. How do you make large gems? So there's a chance when you cut a gem that it'll become a large gem, Lost In. Aside from that, you can go to rock and make in a craft workshop and make a large gem from here. I think, maybe not. Oh, make large rock gem. There it is. Yeah, so you can make them out of rock. I don't think you can make them out of like bone or anything like that, right? Shell. Oh, you can make a large shell gem. Should I turn on fishing? Where are they going to fish? Well, what do we have for animals on the screen? Because, you know, sometimes we have random things like giant monarch butterflies and pangolins. All right, we will enable fishing. How about that? We will say only select to do this. Locum, you may do that. And Darth can do that, because I think Darth wanted to be a fisher dwarf at some point. Probably like 10 forts ago, but that's okay. I'm going to turn on fishing specifically so I can make shell gems. Oh, where the heck am I going to put them? Should put it near the kitchens, right? Perfect. We have Melville, the swords dwarf, visiting. Has come asking questions and to relax. He is seeking information about the location of the history of the struggle. What's the history of the struggle? I might actually be able to find that in this list. Maybe not. The lobster of affection. I remember looking at that. All right, never mind. I can't actually find it. That's not like an artifact that we have, right? Oh, we don't have any artifacts. Never mind. We do have Locum's family heirloom, which is called guildYawned, which translates to the evil knife. Guildyawned, huh? Locum, huh? Where's Locum? I'm confused. That's his family heirloom, but or her family heirloom, but it's not on the map apparently. Throw a bit of floor with a weird accent on it for sure. Something tells me I'm going to need some more clay pots. Or not clay pots, rock pots. Oh, right. I actually have a manager here. I can just queue them up. Rock potto. Let's do 30 of them. And I noticed that we didn't actually have any cabinets to place. So let's place some more cabinets. Some rock doors. And some rock coffers. Bing, bing, bing. Bark, bark, bark. I don't know why you guys haven't claimed a bedroom yet, but I'll give you one. How about that? There. Now everyone has a bedroom. This is our leatherworks. I know it's kind of looking a little sketchy, but that's okay. We have a petition. Ale Dailyful would like to entertain us. Who are you? A human poet? 40 years old? You have a fine beard. Look at that thing. Legendary woodburner. You worship Gamo. You have an apprentice. You have a former master. You look like a wonderful person. Welcome to the fort. Oh, Jatan has a mask. A bronze mask. Well, that's a fancy mask. Where'd you get that mask? You weren't wearing it before, were you? Huh. I don't know that I actually have a stockpile for fish, so we're just gonna say fish. Oh, actually, this is unprepared fish. And then this one did not have unprepared fish. Hello, chickens. How you doing? Seem a little low on the food, the foodie foods. But we're gonna fix that right quick. That's for sure. Can someone explain to me what a coffee cherry is? I don't know. All right, so once we get a little bit more fish, I want to start making meals again because we have a lot of eggs. And fun fact, dwarves don't eat eggs. I think. I don't think they eat eggs on their own. I think they need to be in something for them to eat them. I suppose it's because I've never seen them eat an egg. Not so much a scientific evidence that they don't, but whatever. Dwarves don't eat eggs. You heard it here first. And if you heard it somewhere else, well, fine. Can't dig dangerous terrain. I wonder where that was. Excellent. We are going off right. So that's going down. That's fine. All right. That's fine. Ooh, gems. That's open, so we can go over and build a wall there. Zoop. Not like that. Belay that order. I want those gems, but not so badly at the moment. Really want to take care of this. Yeah, let's up the priority here. I love that we have rumors. Petition. Dooley would like to entertain us. Who's Dooley? A bard. Spouses Rith, you are an adequate cheese maker? I mean, you're already winning me over. You like making cheese. You have an extended family. Lots of brothers and sisters. Welcome to the fort. Oh, you're simulating an ambush and you are listening to music. Do we have any instruments? No. Another petition. Erdim would like to entertain us. Erdim's also a poet. It's a fine hairdo. Wow, you also have an extended family. All right, your family is quite large. Noted, you have a large family. Welcome to the fort. All right, let's build a fishery. Melville's telling a story. In 98, the giant leopard syrup rampage. That is a lovely name of a giant leopard. Became an enemy of the stake of length. How nice. It's a lovely story there, bud. All right, so we have a couple more residents who are not like civilians. But we can give them bedrooms. Also, I never actually made that into a bedroom. Are all these claimed? Yes. Do do do. Do do do. Alright, so now we have some shells, so now we can add in shell large gems on repeat. And I'll just try to remember to do that occasionally, and hopefully we'll get there. Also, let's make some meals. Make us some meals. 10 of them should do. Also, brew drink from fruit and plants. I don't know why I wanted a different, like a stripe there, but I decided I did. Maybe I'll make this backside into like a fishery guild or something like that. I don't know. To be determined. Need more gems. All right, let's go down, down, down. Zoop. We can now dig this down. All right, perfectly safe. Just yeah, channel this right here. We'll just let that leak off. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. Tetrahedrite. We have our assortment. We have an assortment of metals we can choose from. We can do whatever we want. We can even make copper or silver items. So I kind of want to get over here. Let's go exploring. We don't actually need to do this on one priority though. And I wasn't necessarily thinking about going all the way around, but now I am. And now that that thought's stuck in my head, that's where we're going. Sometimes you just need to dig, right? What's Dwarf Fortress without a little digging? All right, let's let that dry up. And luckily that water just, just kept on falling. It was fine. -41 is where I got to. Not bad. We have a petition from Gitak Crescent Blot for entertaining. We do like entertainers. Human Bard has a spouse, Isa Flylaws. Felt bitter after getting into an argument. Who'd you argue with? Ooh, you brought a Forgotten Beast Silk Faceve, which is a blowpipe made from willow.
Bark, bark, bark.
It itself is made from Forgotten Beast silk. The bag is made from Forgotten Beast silk. The melody pipe is made from walnut. The drone pipes are made from persimmon wood, and we're saving as we go into winter. Arguing with the chickens? I mean, if he's arguing with the chickens, we got problems. The seve is a small hand-held wind instrument through which constant airflow is maintained by use of a silk bag, itself supplied by a wooden blowpipe. The musician selects the pitch by pressing keys to stop holes in the wooden melody pipe attached to the bag. The melody pipe is a cylindrical bore tube. 3 wooden drone pipes provide constant accompaniment. The instrument has a 3-octave range, going from a middle to an extremely high pitch. The instrument has a wobbling, reedy, heavy timbre. Very nice. I mean, you bring such a fancy instrument, you're welcome here. Mr. Hammerman, you have a gigantic maul. That's all I have to say about that. Also an elf bone bracelet. Ooh, you're eating a meal. What are you eating? Hen egg roast. Yum. Oh, I wasn't sure about this stripe here, but I'm loving it already. We need to finish this room. I don't know what else I'm going to put in this room, but this room's going to get finished for reasons. Also, I don't have enough people in this fort. Chickens apparently being the major political power here, angering them would be a problem, for sure. I mean, I wouldn't come into your house and argue with your chickens. I know my place. All right, we probably have some more cut gems. And we're making some large shell gems still. Made 3. All right. Well, we'll make more. We'll also queue up. Well, I don't want to queue up more rocks because we're not like. Actually, are we actually bringing rocks in here yet? And there's a piece of sandstone in here for reasons, but okay. Sparsely populated fortress feels like a low FPS fortress. Everything takes time. Well, also, I did turn down the FPS to 50, right? So that's something I need to constantly remind myself. This fort is moving slower on purpose. And that purpose is to make it so like the 1-year fort didn't take like 15 minutes. Alright, everybody has a cabinet and a chest. Excellent. Just need the rest of those dug out. I kind of don't love this. I could like just dig out this area. I don't know. Maybe just cut off a little bit here. Place all the peat. Oh, we have rumors, people. Let's check it out. News and rumors. In the mid-spring of 103, Adu Titanus Lakes became expedition leader of the Misty Sling, and the Misty Sling founded Splattered Lashes after a long journey from the lands of the Scoured Metal. Phenomenal. That's the only news up here, which is good. I didn't even notice. We're at peace with these goblins. Now down here, there's a little bit of activity. just a wee bit. Let's see here. Early autumn of 104, the army of Layi Snake Depth marched on guard merchants and took it over. The movement politically. Goblins marched on seduced torches. Dwarven Fortress of Rack Exits. The Rock of Ivy, huh? Civilizations called the Icy Fortress. Very nice. Appropriate given how close to the South Pole they are. Also, we have some news from way over here, too. Tor Berry Cradled became Baron of the Society of Silk, replacing his mother. And virtually no news from up here. Like, all of the news is coming from down here and somehow over here. Preparing raw fish. All right, so we have some roasts going on. That's good. Check out this giant monarch butterfly. Dejected while caught in the rain. And you're a butterfly. I expect that. Ooh, we have a Lord Consort visiting. Very nice. Legendary pump operator. Also, apparently we have water buffalo. I should think about that. Ooh, you have a nice caddy. Nice. This is a nice caddy. The yoke is made from fortification agate. The sound chest is made from nice. The strings are made from bronze. The plectrum is made from bronze. The caddy is a large handheld metal stringed instrument with a ceramic yoke and a stone body. A ceramic yoke? But that's fortification agate. That's gem. Cheater. The strings are suspended from the yoke down to the body, and the musician picks the 60 strings. 60 strings! This is a harp. This isn't a guitar, this is a harp. 60 strings with a metal plectrum. The tuning is accomplished by pegs. The instrument has a 5.5 octave range, going from a very low to a very high pitch. The instrument has a fragile, wavering timbre. Very nice. Very fine indeed. I'm not really getting a sense of how this fortress works. So like, we have the trading depot here, which you get to by wandering through a couple of workshops. So I really want to remove these workshops. Also, we get rid of a bunch of mechanisms. We might need more. And then we go through more workshops to get up to the tavern. So maybe what we do is we banish the workshops to this lower layer. Not that we're really banishing anyone, but you know, things. Yeah, what if we go... build some workshops over there too? Ooh, gems. I'm not distracted, you're distracted. I wanted to build another leather works in here. Not that we're building anything with leather, but you know, can never be too prepared. Apparently our digging is far behind here. What are our diggers doing? Not digging. All right. Labor, miners. Fob. You now only mine. I need to get the mining going. All right. Let's go down here. We did some more stuff down here, I think. Yes, we can build more wall. Zoop. The next one, I think I'll go those three. And then we can put a wall. Greedy me wants to like leave this open. It's fine. There's nothing that can possibly climb up there. It's fine. How'd your fort die? Well, we left this random hole in our fort for no reason other than we just did. And then we let in a forgotten beast and everyone died. But don't worry, we can still hear their screams.
Bark, bark, bark.
Bark, bark, bark. And those are their screams. All right, we're not digging there. Where are you digging? You're digging these bedrooms out? All right, good job. Thob the miner. Thob growth pillar. Lonely after being away from family for too long. You don't have any family, that's why. Worship Ugath. Want to help somebody, be with family, friends, martial training, and pray to Ugath. I mean, should I create a temple? Guess I could do that. Could. Yeah, we'll leave this on low priority. We'll take this out. We'll make this into a temple area. I have decreed it. Let's queue up a couple of rock altars. Just like 4 of them, and we'll make them out of limestone. I know. You can't actually see the different construction or constructed rock, but I want to. Hey, we're out of blocks. I need to make more blocks. Oh, I wonder if we're kind of out of shale. Yeah, I mean, we're not out, but we're not exactly flush with shale. In other words, we need to dig more.
Also, buy my book.
Also, buy my book.
Since you're talking.
Why is that suddenly getting longer? Like, that's weird. I need to clip that a little shorter. Problem is I didn't actually clip it, right? Like I just used the clip and then told it to turn off after a certain period. Let's go for like 4,600 milliseconds. We'll see how it is. Sending back the clip you made from it. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I never actually did more than just like make the video and then attach it to my thing. So it's not dripping down from here, or it's not dripping down from here at all. So it's dripping down here. You made a video, a GIF, and an audio clip. That seems like a bit much. But I appreciate your enthusiasm. Ooh, gems. Ooh, gems. The expert from CapCut let you choose all three at the same time, so why not? I mean, yeah. Why not? Why shouldn't I? I shouldn't be allowed to just auto dig the stuff. Like, auto digging gems is fine. Auto digging metal and just like going ham on digging all the metal on a map seems a little excessive. All right, we're gonna dig out these three. You want even more auto dig? Well, I want an auto dig for specific rock. Like, I want to say auto dig nice, auto dig petrified wood being a good example, because like I actively want more petrified wood. Cinnabar, yeah. So this is just wet because it's wet there, not because it's dripping. All right, I think I need more than one digger. Erdim. All right, enjoy your lurk, Spinchel. I still haven't fixed my command to make that work. A petition. Otto Magic Watched would like to entertain us. A human bod. Oh, you have a nice beard too. Extended family. Ooh, you are a polytheistic follower. If there's a god out there, you believe in it. The Nation of Sides. You've killed 5 goblins and ulcer dooms. I mean, fine. Excellent. We are making large shell gems at the same rate that we're finding mussels. All right, yeah, I think I do want to move my industry down. Kind of bothered by it being in the way. Not auto dig, that's what I wanted to change. And this will give us a little bit more shale to work with too. Hey, Arwing, how you doing? We're up to 20 population, which means we can have forgotten beasts, as we established in the previous board. I'm still curious if the forgotten beast that we had in the previous fort will come and visit us. Alright, so that's catching up. So what do I want to move down here first? I think I want to move these two first. Just because they're in the way. Ah, hamster! I know that's a part of your office, but too bad. Is everybody frying it out? If you want a dwarf, let me know. Tell me whether you would like a beard or not, and yeah, we're just gonna have to let them build blocks for a while, because I kept on like interrupting the block production with furniture and stuff. So maybe this temple won't have a floor to it. You know, we'll just smooth the floor. I never smooth floor. Not anymore. This will be the temple. What was the priest, the one I wanted to do? Whoops. No. No. Don't do that. Burn. What's the god I was looking at? Was it Ugath? And Ugath is the only one that has more than 10 worshippers, so. Sienna Sect, Doctrine of Oiling, the Ashen Faith, the Doctrine of the Bears. Yeah, let's go with the Sienna Sect. It won't be a fancy temple, but it'll be a temple nonetheless. Our chickens are already coming to inspect our work, as they do.
Bark, bark, bark.
Bark, bark, bark. Kinda driving me nuts we don't have more blocks. But we're busy building limestone altars, and the limestone is pretty far below, and that's why it's taking so long. That's the issue. What if I built a minecart from like here all the way down to the limestone? Can we do that? Let's just see if we can. I'm gonna go from here. To here. 202, huh? So no, David, you can't. So I could just like build a quarry down here and quarry up all the limestone. Minecarts are a bit tedious to set up. Yeah. I'm not saying that it would be faster. I'm saying that I could do it. Like, it would be far more efficient to just carve it, but I think there's enough, like, non-stone flooring that I couldn't carve it, right? Yeah, it has to be a stone floor. Also, I don't know if the water that I have in here is too deep in some places that it might actually cause a problem. Mixed carving and building, yeah, but that's a different level of difficulty or annoyance. I mean, I could build it one stage at a time, but I don't know. I need to remember I still only have, you know, I mean, I've got 20 population, but I really only have 15 workers, right? Because I have, yeah, exactly 15 workers. So yeah. Guess I just need to resign myself to this. This is just going to take some time. And I do have 3 wheelbarrows, so it will get better. Like I said, the problem was I decided I was going to make the limestone altars, and that's what's taking time. In fact, let's cancel that. 3 altars is enough, I've decided. Where Rooster is checking out. They're like, this is a fine temple. Now hopefully they'll start building rock blocks from rock that's right here. That'll help. All right. Is there a llama just wandering? Is someone coming to get you? Are you not in this area? Oh, you are. You're right there. All right. That alpaca was just like, yeah, you can't contain me. Also, they seem to be trampling the grass over here. A petition for Odom Shaftcrafts. A dwarven bard, 2 lovers, 15 children. Speaking of large families, you're related to basically every dwarf in the world. You also believe in a bunch of deities. You also believe in a force. So forces are usually reserved for elves, I think. So I guess this person spent some time in with the elves. All right, welcome in. Ooh, they're singing. All right, finally making some blocks again. That was the problem. I just kept on making other things. All right, I don't actually have enough shale to do this, so we'll just do one block, one block, one block, one block, one block. Boom, boom, ba doo 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 doo, doo 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 doo, doo 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 doo. No cooking with our wine. Make a few more meals. Boom, 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 boom. We don't have much, but we have a piece of floor. We're going to be playing this fort for another year. A little bit more. Petition. Das Block leaped. Human Bard. Legendary Mechanic. At 45? Wow, you learn quick. You apparently haven't spent very much time with family, and therefore you've been able to master some skills. Tired, but doing your best to get to work on making a new game, or at least following some tutorials. Excellent. Good luck. What's the next game gonna be? I mean, you brought up making a game. Now I'm gonna ask questions about it. That'll teach you. So I like that stripe that I made in the previous location. So we'll do a stripe here, and that'll indicate a separation between the leatherworking area and whatever this is going to end up being. Like maybe we do wood over here. We have doors, people. Also, we need more beds, right? Yeah. But first, bedrooms! Definitely didn't get that top one. So all these are going to be going to visitors who won't claim bedrooms on their own, so... Decided to buckle down and start figuring out a tactics RPG for now. Dad is sending you to a conference next month for game-based learning. Just trying to get your portfolio looking good for that. Excellent. Well, good luck. Ushan Chantras wants to be here for soldiering. Human swordsman, 28 years old. Competent swordsman. You're bringing a bronze longsword, bronze shield, iron chain leggings, iron mail shirt, an iron helm, iron boots, bronze gloves. All right, yeah, sure. So I think that means I can add them to a squad. Let's just see if that's possible. Nobles. We want a militia commander. Toasted the farmer. Congratulations, you've been nominated. Metal armor. The tin heads, perfect. Yeah, so when someone comes and says that they're going to be here for soldiering, you can actually put them into a squad. Yeah, not for monster hunters. It has to be specifically soldiering. Also, I landed. That never happens. Yeah, I'm really getting into this song today. Yeah. We may not get any migrants, but we will have people here. We're just going to accept everybody. Still making shell gems, excellent. In fact, let's change this. We no longer want amulets here, we do want gems. And that's how we place what we're putting into our depot. I'll throw a couple of chests in here. Oh, they finished that up right quick. Workshops. We want carpenter. There. Ooh, we have nice. But we're gonna make that out of sandstone. All right. Finish up this. Or not. Or not. Shale up here? Yeah. And into spring we go. Take a moment and just remind everybody, Lenses is out now. It has all the stories from these three anthologies. These three anthologies, yes, that's right, including 3 of my stories. Check it out today. So I made some stuff out of claystone there, and now I don't have a whole lot of claystone. How did I even find that claystone? Thieves? How wonderful. There they are. Sogus the thief. Cholulush Eldis. And Shrungus. So you're from Brisrubin, and I think we have like a kobold, the kobold fort here. Yeah, they're from here. Excellent. Population of 100. Good to see the kobolds thriving. Huh. I don't remember there being a Helix right there, but okay. So we're at peace with them, but their exports to us is petty annoyance, and offerings from them is death. Or offerings from us is death. Okay. All right. Well, you guys are running off, right? Be well, my kobold friends. I hope you live long lives. And maybe in my next fort, I'll set up an area for you to steal something, but at the moment, no. All right, let's put a stockpile down here for wood. Then we can go up here and deconstruct this. Also, more wheelbarrows, apparently. All right. All right, where else did I have claystone? Any up here? No. I only had claystone down here, and unfortunately that's all in like aquifer layer. Ooh, gems. Ooh, claystone. All right, let's dig out some claystone. Do I want that on one? Sure. Ooh, gems. Making some progress on this anyways. Whatever that really is. I just was like, yeah, let's dig. Let's dig, huh? I might block that up. Maybe. But now we can start going down again. Let's go. I was gonna go down more, but I guess we can just go right there. I think I want to go a little bit farther north. Zoop. All right, so 1 year left in this fort. Oh, we have shale now. Woohoo! All right, let's go. Who has been vomiting everywhere? Apparently I've let my dwarves stay inside too long. Whoops. It's fine. Oh, that means we can finish up the rooms up here too. Door. Bed. I have no beds. Beds. Do we have bed? No. I don't think I've ever noticed like that there were different shapes to the different large gems. That's nice to see. I think I'm officially too many people fishing. Fisher dwarves. Locum, you've been relieved. All right, I have 2 more bedrooms down here. All right. Right, do we still have so much stuff out here. Cloth, rope, quivers, buckets, splints, and crutches. Don't have a hospital. Could make a hospital. Ibu Field Hugs would like to join us for entertaining. Fine beard. Interested in having an intellectual discussion with an acquaintance. Fairly large family. Welcome to the fort. I landed? That never happens. So I'm not sure if this is like a real problem. I'm gonna put a garbage dump right here and say dump that. Because I have noticed before that you can have a wheelbarrow like full of rock that they won't discard, and that's a problem. Needs excitement, acquire object, help somebody, be with family, be with friends, martial training. I should be feeling great while you're eating a plump helmet roast. So yeah, you should be. Did we make a bed yet? Hey, we made a bed. Need a couple more. So once we're done with this fort, we'll go into a 5-year fort. And that one we should actually be able to get a fair few things done. And yeah, I might turn back up the frame rate for that just so that it's not like 20 hours of video, but we'll see. We're almost out of wood too. Hey, Nutty Wombat. More dwarfs, yeah. Back to it, actually. We haven't been... We were on Stardew Valley for a time, and now we're doing the dwarf fort. But welcome back. I'm doing a series I have called the Forts by Years. So we did a 1-year fort, we did a 2-year fort, and now we're on our 3-year fort. So we had our 1-year fort was called Sprinkled Bows, which was settled in a, well, on the edge of an untamed wilds ocean with a joyous wilds biome. And then we did the 2-year fort at GildYawned, which, oh, population's gone down. You got the 2-year last time you played? Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, our 2-year fort was GildYawned, and now we're in the final year of RedRelic, which is our 3rd year, our 3-year fort. And yeah, I think I'll choppa a couple of trees because it seems to be running low. There. Yep, do have a waterfall. It gets a little messy up here, but you know, that's world generation for you. And you know, sometimes waterfalls are messy. Like, we don't talk about the mangled stingray down here. We have a fine tavern with our resident chickens, who apparently are all laying eggs at the moment. We have a fishery. We actually allowed fishing here. Mostly because my civilization wants large gems. So I'm making some large mussel shell gems. And we're giving bedrooms to our visitors because they wouldn't pick up a bedroom otherwise. I need one more bedroom. One up here. You can't just have one more bedroom, you gotta make two. And maybe three. Rumors! Yay! So our population's at 24, but we have so many visitors, I think 9 of them are visitors now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, yeah. And they are all happy except for the swordsman. This one came for soldiering. We immediately made a squad and gave them a position in the squad. And now Dishma would like to entertain us. "43 years old, doesn't seem to have any family." Well, has family. Not any of their choosing, but they do worship multiple deities. They are from the Bells of Outrage. Ooh, and you're bringing a persimmon wood rethu. New instrument type? Yeah. Welcome to the fort. Might need another crafts dwarf. But again, our population's kind of low. Really need some non-visitors to be the wispy tufted ferocity is visiting, huh? Oh, we got a whole group here. Good morning. Also, we now have 2 giant monarch butterflies on the map. They're kind of boring. I'm being honest, they're kind of boring. What about that pangolin? It's still doing nothing? Afraid while experiencing trauma. Extremely quick to tire. A small mammal covered in hard scales that has a long nose and tongue which it uses to feed. I've got a couple of cage traps out just in case, but I don't think they're going to catch anything. Alright, so what if we were to build a hospital? Where would we put said hospital? Apparently I should let my people outside more often. It seems to be a little vomity out there. And now in here. You know, you're making a mess, Began. In life, you should work hard, then work harder. I happen to disagree with that statement for the record. But, you know. Such is the way of things. Alright, can we put some more flooring down here? Bark, bark, bark. No, because we don't have any. Oh, we do have claystone. Alright. 6 more we can put right there. Bop. So yeah, I like this little separation I'm doing with the different colored stone. It's gonna be problematic because I'm not necessarily getting more sandstone. But I could try. We have a whole lot of digging going on in this fort. That's really the long and the short of it. Still building that. It is a layer stone, but at the same time it's frequently inside aquifer. Some migrants have arrived. How delightful. And this map has like 4 different aquifer layers. So like, if I just go back up here. So this is the first aquifer layer. And that goes down for, I don't know, 2 or 3 levels. Then go down, down, down. Rise up. Then we have our second aquifer layer, and here's a sandstone layer. Down, down, down. And then we get to our third layer, and again, this is sandstone. And like there's aquifer in here, I think. Maybe not. This cavern is beautiful. If I was going to be staying in this fort for longer, I would do something in this cavern. But all right, what do we have? We have Maffol coming from the Swords of Twinkling. Was that yes, that's sprinkle bows. Make an underground lake while collecting sandstone. 2 birds stoned at once. I mean, I'm not saying no, but also from the Swords of Twinkling. So I'm a little concerned about sprinkle bows. Like, they are not growing. 20 population. GildYawned seems to be doing well though. Merchants of Balance, huh? Where's that? Oh, that's GildYawned. All right. Well, you're from GildYawned. This is kind of what I was hoping. Oh, kitten. This is kind of what I was hoping for, is to have people coming from other members, other places that I built. Kind of hoping to get more name dwarves coming over, but you know, I need more people naming their dwarves. Would you like a dwarf? I can give you a dwarf. All right, now we have population. AV, ugh. Pump operator. Yeah, I give him away. Beard or no beard. And do you have a preference on role? We don't really have a military. He can be one of our visitors though, like our humans or our poets or soldier. He came with a puppy. And at least I don't have fluffy womblers on this map, because if I did, I would have to kill that cat. This is a gigantic migrant wave. This is excellent. This is the kind of thing we've been waiting for. Surgeon. Ooh. High Master Surgeon, High Master Wound Dresser. You could be our medical dwarf. If we were to have one. They just keep coming. Alright, well, we got like 20 dwarves off of that. Yeah, I mean, if you want to be from the new migrants, you got about 20 people to choose from. Otherwise, you can pick from an assortment. It can be one of our visitors. We have a human swordsman, a couple of human poets, a human bard. Sorry, 3 human bards. A performer, a couple of regular bards. What does a surgeon look like? Good question. Odom the surgeon. 84 years old, with a beard, kind of close cropped. Disdains eloquence, perfectionist. What do you think? Interested near a fine bridge. Kind of exploring the whole fort at the moment. Sounds perfect. Oh yeah, I will read the whole thing. That's not a problem. Nutty Wombato. And we'll just put a 1 there just because if we start another fort today and you're still around, you can get another one. Description. A short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry, is mighty and very slow to tire. Slightly rounded, protruding rust eyes are very wide set. Is a very long beard. Is neatly combed. That's not a very long beard, but okay. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His long mustache is neatly combed. I'm sensing a trend here. Very short hair is neatly combed. He has high cheekbones. His nose bridge is concave. His cinnamon skin is wrinkled. His eyelashes are short. His head is somewhat tall. His hair is burnt sienna with a touch of gray, and his nose is slightly hooked. He is obsessed with details and will often take a great deal of extra time to make sure things are done the right way. He only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. He is not a private person and freely shares details of his life. He is curious and eager to learn. He often feels lustful. He is very humble and is often nervous. He dreams of mastering a skill one day and personally finds himself somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers, finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, does not care about friendship, and does not really value skills related to fighting. He likes dolomite, copper, precious fire opal, clear glass, a giant snapping turtle shell. Aw, too bad we didn't get any. Gauntlets, turkeys for their waddle, giant skinks for their colorful tongues, and the sound of the pedal of cavorting. One possibly prefers to consume plum wine and linseed oil, and absolutely detests brown recluse spiders. Is currently passing acquaintances with 2 elves who are here. I believe these elves are from the Wispy Tufted Ferocity, which is a performance troupe that's coming through. Anyways, welcome to the fort. And now we have a whole bunch of migrants and not enough bedrooms. Hey, Tanchi. Found a classic industrial band without an official YouTube channel. Wow. Is that something that you were looking for specifically? We have an auto-generated one, but that's lame. We have an artifact, our first artifact. Kivish, the fish cleaner. That's not Kivish. Hauling limonite. Apparently you claim this craft store shop. Already working furiously, you collected 2 pieces of limonite. What do you think they're gonna make? Craft store shop with a couple pieces of rock. I got a rock. Alright, so those are all claimed. And his Reaper, there's like 8 bands by that name. Although if you add Damon or Twisty's Trophy Hunter, it'll narrow it down. Okay. Furniture, Bedo. All right. Well, if we're going to support such a large population, I guess we can build outside of the river here. A limonite figurine of dwarves. Oh, delightful. Didn't really mean to do it that long, but that's okay. The proto demon, they're not evil. Got it. Another petition. Daka's Bolt Standards would like to entertain us. Ooh, Ishas is here. She was in GildYawned. Dakost the Bard. 6 children. Only 50 years old too. Do you know the pristine luxuries? This is a Stibnite bound codex consisting of a 75-page manual authored by Dakost. Oh, he wrote this book. Oh, well, welcome. And I'm pretty much not rejecting anybody that petitions to stay, but I still look, you know? I don't actually have enough blocks to just do everything at the moment. Oh, we have animals inside the fort. Hold on. Stop everything. Somebody needs to go vomit outside, I'm sure. Let's give you the opportunity. Let's throw the guinea hen out there. I would love to throw the cat out there, but what are you gonna do? Something tells me I'm gonna need more doors and beds and other furniture. But for now, that's 3. Beds. Let's make 20 of them. Rock doors. We'll make 20. Yeah, we'll make 20 of those. Rock coffers. We're gonna need a lot more stoneworkers. That's what we're gonna need. Maybe I even just build another temporary one here. Bolus and Rope would like to entertain us. Bolus and Rope. Also, we have a bunch of giant monarch butterflies. Rope is a human poet, legendary gilder. 40 years old, 2 lovers. Issa is your apprentice, who I believe is already a member of the fort, or already a visitor. Okay. And the other one is, what was the other one? Tolus. Tolus Markender. Oh no, Issa's already here. Never mind. Tolus is a human bard. You have a tiger-eye ditty. This is a tiger-eye ditty. The bowl is made from tiger eye. The sticks are made from siltstone. The ditty is a small handheld percussion instrument. It consists of a ceramic bowl, well, in this case, a gem bowl, but fine. The musician rubs around the lip of the bowl with ceramic sticks. The instrument has a single high pitch. The instrument has a graceful, fragile, flat timbre. Welcome to the fort. Make some rudimentary rooms for our tavern here. I'm out of nice. No more nice. Into summer we go. Into summer. So Ishas, like I said, it was in the other fort. Like they were accepted as a visitor, but they never became a citizen. And unfortunately, even if they request to stay here, I don't think they'll become a citizen before we have to retire the fort. So they might just be perpetually a visitor in all of our forts, but that's okay. Oh, we never looked at this figurine. This is Ermimdumur, a limonite figurine of dwarves. All crafts worship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of dwarves in limonite by Kivish. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of RedRelic by the ambitious construct of the scoured metal in the early spring of 103. It is encrusted with rectangular limonite cabochons. The object menaces with spikes of limonite. How lovely. I don't have any pedestals. Let's make one. Rocco Pedestale. Just doing. And now, Kavish, do you have a bedroom? No. Well, I can't put it in your bedroom now, can I? We can fix that. Oh, I should make this one make rock blocks too. A petition? The Sienna sect now requires a temple. Well, we already started building one for the Sienna sect, right? Yeah. All right. Well, we just need to make it a little bit better. Excuse me. That's probably enough. We will accept that. This is a place for visitors. All right, do we have a pedestal now? Nope. We got work to do.
Bark, bark, bark.
Bark, bark, bark. Ism would like to entertain us. Baron Concert of Beach Boot? Of Beach Boot? Where is Beach Boot? Hey Bassett, how you doing? And it's gotta be down here, right? Ooh. No. Beach Boot! That's a goblin fortress. I mean, now it's a goblin fortress. The hell of boring, huh? I mean, we haven't said no to anyone yet. I don't see why I would start now. Of course, we do have a naked human. Maybe that's the one I say no to. Alright. Beds. Because we gotta start making beds for our visitors, apparently. Door. We're gonna need more nice. You good? You get your results for your allergy test. You're allergic to shrimp, crab, and lobster. What's cab? Oh, crab? I assume? Crab, okay. We have all this nice down here. Oh, we dug out all that. Excellent. Good job, people. I really shouldn't be focusing on this. Construct, bridge. Human caravan has arrived. Ooh, fancy. Human mercenary? That's a person that's coming? Interesting. All right, well, what are we going to trade them? We can't trade them our large gems because that's for our other group. We'll give them mechanisms. Oh, I need those mechanisms. Shoot. You know, we'll give them a bunch of mugs. We should probably make some more mugs anyways. Rocco Muggo. Let's do 20 of them. That'll give us 60. Also, let's make cloth dresses, and we will make them specifically sized for humans. Why not? Why not, I say. How's this going? Maybe we'll put flooring down. I don't have enough for this. It's something. It's not everything, but it's something. Well, congratulations on figuring out what you're allergic to, because that can be an annoying time to figure that out.
Bark, bark, bark.
Bark, bark, bark. It could be in your arm, it could be down your back. Like, there's testing for allergies is, frankly, it can be kind of archaic. Excuse me? It says it's been completed. Thank you. We have diplomacy to go on. Zolban says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. There's much to share. What do we want from the humans? We want large serrated discs. Thank you. You're gonna give us, you want figurines? We can make figurines. Oh, we can make figurines. I want, I guess it's under armor. Yeah. Bring these 3 dresses up. Anytime now. Thank you. Broker, get your butt up here. See what these humans have to trade us. Broker's busy drinking at the moment. I mean, who could blame him? All right, so we have goblets and we have 3 dresses. Silver bars, fine pewter bars. They have rough raw glass or raw glass that might be useful. They have an instrument that might be interesting. We probably don't have enough for it. They have a reindeer cow and a boar. They have some drink. They have some warrior of Mephafawathone extract barrel. Yum. That'll be a poison of some sort. Maybe. A bronze whip. Some weapons. Lettuce seeds. Should we start growing lettuce? Maybe. Well, they have some interesting fish, like spotted ratfish. Never even seen a ratfish before. Orders, carving knives. Ooh, Thone League Suitor and more. New diseases of animals. How fancy. Well, we don't exactly have a lot to offer. So let's go with lettuce and a piece or two of clear, a piece of green. Yeah, we'll just take some raw glass just in case. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I didn't even know you were coming. But that's okay. All right, so they want some figurines. We're gonna need a bigger Krasdorf contingent here. Well, I guess that's the next thing on my list. How's this coming along? Almost there. Bark, bark, bark. I do want to finish building the floor in all of these, but I also want to finish making bedrooms here. We're gonna pause it real quick and we're gonna say bedroom multi done. This is associated with the gloved berries. This is associated with the gloved berries. This is associated with the gloved berries, and so on and so forth. And then we can go in here and we can see they have rented rooms 0 at the moment. I suppose we can add our performers in here too. Oh. Apparently people who come to entertain don't qualify as performers that you can put in there. Today I learned. This is getting a little tight over here. Saxel Boats Entrance would like to entertain us. Two lovers, 4 children. Pleasure near to Fine Bridge. Her wife is currently here. A study of the dwarves. All right, you're coming with a book. You're good. If there's a vague reason why I can allow you to stay here, you're here. Welcome. Another petition. Paddle Sky Vaults wants to entertain us. Five children. Walking around with a plumwood 50. Welcome to the fort. All right. Do we have chests? Yes. Do we have cabinets? Yes. Huh. I traded for the lettuce seeds, right? Yes. Can I not plant lettuce? That would be mighty unfortunate if I can't plant lettuce. Huh. Fairly certain I planted lettuce before. Why don't I see lettuce in this list? Huh. Migrants have arrived. Well. What do we got? We have Godin the Butcher. Meng the Peasant. Former member of the Curses of Death. I'm sorry, Curses of Death? Might have to look up where that one is. Zasset. Most of these dwarves are just being created. So if they didn't have a former government, then this is the first place that they've lived, essentially. A yak. Another yak. Orban the beekeeper. Iton the peasant. And that's it. Farmers Guild has been established. Oh, look at all the vomit. I mean, don't if you don't want to. That's perfectly fine not to. Baby llama. Llama llama ding dong. Alright, are all these bedrooms? No. Need a door on that. Just a blood test if it's specific. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Those are all bedrooms. Good. How's this doing? Still not quite there. I don't have any sandstone blocks, huh? Oh, all right. Make these into bedrooms. Excuse me. I mean, discovering that you have a shellfish allergy, and I'm assuming you're not a child. Finding out that you have a shellfish allergy as an adult is probably pretty fortunate, because it means you didn't necessarily have too much exposure to it when you were younger. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking out of my butt here. Boom, 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 boom. More petitions. I'm busy. Number 3. More beds. A guild hall for the Guild of Wood, which, unlike what you might think, is not a carpenter's guild. It's actually a farmer's guild. All right, well, let's contemplate that for a moment. We have our farmers up here. We have this lovely area here we can make use of. Or we could go up and use this area. Yeah, let's go up. And this will make into the Farmers Guild. This is getting there. Really, by adding that rough stone, it made it so it was not as good. What the heck? How about a couple of rock statues? Just like 2. We have for blocks. Not a whole lot of anything, huh? We'll put in some gem windows. Variables. We're going to accept this. I have another petition already. Mango wood. Probably not gonna have enough mango wood. Yeah. Maybe we'll smooth this section. Bark, bark, bark. Guildhall for the farmers. Ism would like to entertain us. "12 children. From the icy fortress." Oh, what was that other fort I was watching for? Anyways, you're accepted. Do we have a mayor yet? No. There's a mango tree right there I could get up down. I run out of shale. Four rented rooms so far. I feel like I probably need some cloth bags. Oh, why are there barrels up here? Allowing me to do lettuce yet? I wonder if lettuce just doesn't grow here. But I thought if you could grow crops in a location that you could grow any crop in that, any above ground crop in that location. Like I know if you try to grow above ground crops on top of an ocean, it's like, no, you can't grow crops here. Even when you set up a place for it to exist. I don't like that. All right, we need to chop down a mango tree. It's quite possible I should just make more of those. No, we won't cut that into glass in case we need it. Also, we need another craft workshop. That's what we need. Wall. It's felt better not to like focus on this today, but I do want it to be done. And this does kind of look like this is all aquifer. I didn't think it was though. All right, David, you dug it all out. What are you gonna do now? Well, first things first, I kind of want to see how deep this thing goes. For no other reason than I am curious. All right. Fighting. Did you slip? You slipped. Ooh. A visitor was taken by a Fey mood? I didn't know that was possible. I must have rock, logs, bones. Alright, well I guess we're butchering an animal, huh? Unfortunately, I don't have a place to butcher animals. Okay, workshop. Kitchen. Butcher. And who is going to be the lucky friend to get butchered, huh? Donkey it up. Excuse me. All right, did we take care of this yet? No, because we still haven't actually done anything over here. Floor, sandstone. Furniture, statua. And into autumn we go. Only so much time left. I don't understand how it went down so much by adding this wall in. But, you know, that's the way it goes sometimes. Working furiously with donkey bone, limonite, and coffee wood. Oof. We have thieves again. Same trio, Shrungus, Chalulu Shaldus, and Sogus. Welcome back, guys. See you later. Maybe one day I'll have something for you to steal, but that's okay. Thanks for visiting. Bedrooms.
Bark, bark, bark.
Bark, bark, bark. Out of doors. Rocco Doro. I think I'm at the point where I need like 40 of them. Bed. Make another 20 of them. May not need the beds, but that's okay. Ezem, the Baron Consort of Beach Boot, has created a Zugodabir, a donkey bone pick, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Dastot. Alright, well, does our Baron Consort have a bedroom? Well, before we find that, let's go ahead and make a rock pedestal. No bedroom. I haven't actually placed the other one yet. This is a donkey bone pick worth about 3,000. It is encrusted with a cushion limonite cabochons and decorated with donkey bone. The object menaces with spikes of coffee wood. If you get the wood, you win the game. Pedestal. Figurine. DEFCON started. I don't even know if we have any shells. No, we do. Oh, we have shells. Alright, let's finish this this thing, because it's clearly not getting there. Nope, not what I wanted. Still not what I wanted.
No!
I landed? That never happens. Which means on day one at a Black Hat conference, a major Windows vulnerability was announced. Lowers the version of Windows you have to a more vulnerable. Huh. Still not there. Just engrave everything, everybody. It's more an act of desperation at this point. Sniffing HDMI radiation to see screen data got upstaged. Weird. Okay. Alright. Limestone statues might have been better for value? Maybe. What did I end up making them out of? Shale? Yeah. And end of the day, I'm fine if I fail at things, right? Like, it's not the end of the world. All right, we are going to give this bedroom to Baron Consort and put down another floor right there. Also, how's our thing up here doing? Place. Well, first off, let's finish off this floor. We need mango wood. Yeah, we'll just smooth this, I guess. And the caravan from Bubnuskel has arrived. Oh, that cat is killing all the lungfish. This is why I don't have cats. Kills all the things. I'm gonna want some rock tables and rock thrones. Yeah, 10 of them. I think these will make out of limestone though. Sadly, since I never ended up setting up that minecart route, you know, bringing stuff up is going to be a problem, but that's okay. Large gems. And banded agate and pink jade and a whole lot of shell gems. 60 of them. Yeah. Also, I was going to hook up this to that. And then we'll open up that and just let the whole world win, you know? All right, are you guys happy yet? No. Just no? Alright, Datan says, I'm your liaison for the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We want cave blob leather. Also giant olm leather. Prepared meals. Oh, I don't like doing prepared meals. Deconstruct that. Broker, get your butt up here. Also, we've already made another large gem. Ooh, they brought some brains. Do 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 do. broker, you have a job. That's to come here to the depot and trade. Don't tell me you don't have a job. Alright. Well, we wanted leather, so we're gonna go down here. We're gonna ask for leather. Tiger leather. Tiger leather. It's just so I can see. Hey, tiger. Do I need all this leather? No. But it's what we're doing today. It's a question. And you can't make figurines out of leather. That's too bad. Don't ask me why I wanted to make figurines. I just did. Sew a leather image. Is that onto an existing leather piece? What about they'll do there? Never done that before. Any finished good? Ah, yeah, you're right. Well, I mean, I'm not sure it's any finished good, but they're apparently sewing it onto a pigtail bag. All right, well, today I learned. All right, did this get removed? Yes, all right. Dig a staircase down. Then dig all around. No. Just no. Do not undo what. Just no. Oops. And a Leatherworks, leather images can be sewn onto cloth and leather items with the same options and restrictions as the sewing of cloth images. Requires leatherworking. Okay. Well, today I learned. Alright, stairs. This is an exceptional pigtail bag. On the item is a finely designed image of it. Oh, it is baby slipped, the shale bound codex in jaguar leather. There you go. And now it has cave wheat seeds in it. Alright, which was the bedroom for the Baron? That one. Couple more Doros. Specify some bedroomos. You're not doing too bad. All right, this is a pick. Which picks are still under weapons, right? Yep. Alright, I need to take a small breako. So let's follow Nutty Wombat, currently socializing. I'll be right back. Never fails when you're about to have enough bedrooms for everybody. More migrants arrive. That is not what I wanted. All right. We have Ingish the planter. Ooh, bringing a hen. Ooh. Oh, you're just bringing a hen? Well, you're welcome here, buddy. Hey, Ism, how you doing? Horse, of course. Onget the farmer. Spouse and a child, they're coming. We have like no children in this fort, so. What's the rush? Well, there's only 2. They're not from... Yeah, they're not from the previous place, because we did have a child born in the previous fort. Evils of ice. Sure. Val the hunter. Irvad the trainer, a trader rather. Olan the peasant, along with Zuglar, her husband. Medtob the bowyer. Rith the armorer. And that's it. All right, well this farmers guild is looking a little sparse, we'll say. Let's just do that. And then we'll also add in tables and chairs. Manager, what are you doing? Miss Hilder. Sleeping? Well, that's unacceptable. All right, so what I'm gonna do... Remember, can I just like go down here and add more? No. I need to make a new meeting area down here. And then say this is a part of Sanctum of Clash. I think that'll improve this. Maybe. Well, the yellow cult wants a temple now. Fine. Oh, the hunter's fighting a pangolin. Well. In a temple for the yellow cult, huh? And there's a little bit of room over here, but not a lot. Let's make shell figurines now. I'll accept that. That's going to be for our new temple. Well, that's why that's taking so long. Made it out of limestone. Oh, let them do that for a bit. I did grab myself some lunch while I was over there. While I was up and moving around. Oh, I see what the problem is. There's 2 boxes here. Thanks everybody for hanging out. I know you can spend your time on a Friday wherever you like, but I appreciate the ones who decide to hang out here with me. Ooh, looks like some of our hens have been adopted. Oh, Ral loves chickens. Where's Ral? 4 pets. You go, Ral. You're my favorite. I hope you come to every fort from here on out. Ba-da-doo, boom, boom. Recognized priesthood, excellent. Comedian and conversationalist, you win. All right, well, we got one thing done. All right, Farmers Guild, go. Baron Consort of Net Dish is visiting. My kingdom for a way to search this. I landed. So Cyril is the Baron consort. I think you can come and entertain us. That's fine. Why, yes. The spouses of barons are all entertainers. That sounds correct to me. What I get for eating in my bedroom. All right, so that's all set for now. It's not finished by any means, but need to focus on other things. The yellow cult. That's what it was, right? Yeah. Is not the doctrine of da bears. Yellow cult worships jewels. Zephon and Ushat. "15 children. Also, your son is already here. Oh, and your nephew is the Baron consort of that other place, the one we just accepted. All right, well, you can stay. Ushat. Lovers. Welcome to the fort. Oh. Lesno is a human bard with 9 children. All right, you can stay. And apparently we need a high priest for the Sienna sect now. Because like always, when you have one priesthood and then another one shows up, they're like, hey, we need something better. That's not actually how it works, but still. Ad break. Excuse me. Why is it that my camera keeps going out of focus? Or is it just me? Oh, good. I'm so glad that our new temple is covered in vomit. It's so delightful. Ow. Sorry, I didn't mean to punch the microphone. Got a message from Gwen. I was like, what is this? One seems to be happy doing nothing. That's good. All right, do we have chairs now? Oh, we do. Oh, lovely. Also, this was canceled for some reasons. How are we doing? Not quite. More! We need more. Cat child is fighting. Well, that's okay. Alright. This one we're gonna need to do some work on. Need 60 blocks for that. I don't have enough blocks. I don't have enough rocks. I still don't have a, no, didn't dig that out. Still working on that, you know? All right. Let's go down here. Let's have a lot of limestone down here. Well, limestone's never going to get put into that. Shoot. As I set this stockpile up to be just other stone, so we need to specify limestone now.
Bark, bark, bark.
Bark, bark, bark. And I just set up a little quantum stockpile here because I need the stone to get moved up here. All right, so you are making shell figurines. What else are they looking for? Figurines and... oh, prepared meals. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Nope, nope. All right, well, I guess the other craft store shop can also make shell figurines. We'll have bundles. We'll make some shell crowns. How about that? Yeah, fine. How's this doing? So I'm back to making limestone stuff, which is taking a while. I could always force it to make it down where the limestone is, but then I still have to carry up the limestone product of whatever it is, which is probably faster. Into winter we go. Snatcher? I know I haven't been training you guys and you have no weapons, but yeah. Oh. Son of a gun, you got a child. I was confined. I feel so guilty. You're playing make believe inside the goblin's bag. Sorry, kiddo. Well, hopefully we'll catch this goblin before he escapes. Doesn't look like we will, though. No! Well, that's unfortunate. I don't think I've ever lost a child. I am running the beta, yeah. I mean, yeah, I could go over and go on an adventure. Yeah, that's an idea. Also, we have some hoof. Hoof is ivory, right? Or horn, horn. Horn rings. Artifact. What do we got? English the Planter. Uh-oh. Oh, all right. You're gathering stuff. I'm like, what are you doing? Oh, you're gonna weave something? I mean, I like you. You have a pet chicken. Kindred spirits you are. Chair? It's pretty darn close. Let's try one more table and chair. Yeah, maybe two. Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that I'm doing this series of forts, I could go off with an adventure and try to find them. That is true. Alpaca wood cloth, wool cloth rather. Pink jade shale. Metal bars. Oh. Okay. Temporary shops go. Yeah, let's make a wood furnace down here. Status of Stuco's famous staves. Oh, we have another Baroness consort. Stucos is 27, has a spouse, is cousins with Dishmob. Killed one elf, and he carried around a horsebone egot. Oh, come on in. Moma's wire skull. Like, there's a bunch of elves here, but they're not asking to stay. Two lovers, 5 children. You are the young, Cyril is the younger half brother, also a Baron consort. You have cousins galore. You also believe in every single deity in the world. I mean, not really, but still. And you're using a Hazelwood Muse. Pronounced like puce. Alright, you guys happy yet? Are you? No. I build any more statues? No. Couple of chests, I guess. Couple more tables, maybe. All right, make some charcoal. A smelter. How's this one doing? Just a temple. Not there. Also smooth all the walls. All right, the Guild of Wood has been satisfied. Excellent. One thing done. Dingle bong. Alright, we'll put shale right there. I don't know what else I'm doing here, but we'll put shale down. Let's go ahead and smooth all the walls in here. Excuse me. Alright, we're finally done with the limestone stuff. Alright. Slowly getting some stuff up here at least. Blocks rock. I landed? That never happens. Alright, smelt some limonite. Just on repeat because I only have 4 charcoal anyways. We'll go ahead and do the exterior too. Dastot would like to entertain us. I'm sure that will be okay. Another Baroness Consort. This one doesn't have a location though. The Fortification of Mortals. I mean, there's vomit. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Sugar-coated vomit would be terrible anyways. There's vomit, and I'm sorry about that. Oh right, I was expanding my farm up here. Guava, tea, or guava. What do we got? Hi, button. All right, so I need to stop at the middle of the middle month in spring. All right, English has started making whatever English is making. Let's go up here and we'll say, well, what are we making here? We have prickleberries, prickleberries, prickleberries. Here we have pineapple, Ramy, and pineapple. Whip vines. It's really bothering me that I can't plant the lettuce. Like, why would you bring me lettuce seeds if I can't plant lettuce? Do you know the pristine luxuries? Apparently I need some bookshelves. Drains only nothing foretells. The written portion consists of a 207-page novel entitled Drains Only Nothing Foretells, authored by Cyril. The work has no particular subject, the writing is stunningly self-indulgent, and it is somewhat showy. Overall, the prose is amateurish at best. Meanwhile, English, the planter, has created Ostmarir, an alpaca wool robe, and offers it to the ambiguous construct. We still don't have a mayor. I could give it to the manager or the bookkeeper. It's an alpaca wool robe worth 6,000. It is encrusted with round shale cabochons decorated with alpaca wool and encircled with bands of cushioned shale cabochons and iron. It is made from alpaca wool cloth. On the item is an image of Grip Romance's The Donkey Bone Pick in pink jade. Oh, I should have given it to the Baroness consort. Oh well. Or the Baron consort. Alright, we need a couple of altars. And I'm not going to be specific about what kind here. We'll throw a chest, chest, a chest, a chest. And this is the god of gems, so I think having some nice gem windows here would be good. And how are we doing down here? Not great. Not great. All right. We've got some iron now, right? I mean, I am forever out of blocks. This is just gonna have to do. Did you consider that maybe I should have made more blocks? And of course my answer is yes, I should. Well, I was thinking I might be able to get through to the next fort, but it's already 12:30. Metalsmith. Make that out of lemonade. Feel like that's appropriate. Let's make some more charcoal. few bars. So let's make some iron statues. Let's go with 5. Rumors are being had. I hope this doesn't look ugly. But I feel like it might. Getting there. Need a whole lot more bedrooms again.
bark, bark, bark.
Bark, bark, bark. Okay, we should make some meals. All right, you all set? Yeah, you are. Okay, good. What a mess this is. Almost there, though. Recognized priesthood, the holy silver, huh? Judge of intent conversationalist. That's probably good. Yeah. Still want to finish up in here, but won't worry about it if we don't get to it. Alright, so that takes care of that request. Now I just need to finish up this one, which we've got a few iron statues. I don't know if iron statues are worth terribly much, but I'll throw a few in and see what happens, you know? Iron statue of a lion tamarin man. There you go. I think I actually need more limonite. Gems? Mine. Gems. 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 Fail. Never did plug that up. Oh, I never looked at the bottom of that hole either. Gib has become a dog. The Jaguar woman Ishas has shared a rumor from abroad. I guess she's back. Alright, the iron statues are complete. This is an iron statue of Toulon Plate Staves. Superior quality iron statue. The item is it's an image of Toulon Plate Staves, the dwarves in iron. The dwarf in iron by Godin. Toulon Plate Staves is traveling. The artwork relates to the wandering of the dwarf Toulon Plate Staves in the ignited forest in 82. This is a iron statue of Tosid Lead Cobalt and traction benches in iron by Stukos. Tosid is surrounded by the traction benches. So do you suppose Toasted hated direction benches or really liked them? This is a statue of a dwarf by Onal. So that's a lion tamarin man. Is this like a yak man? Now I'm curious. Something tells me that's not going to get us there. So let's iron chests, iron tables, iron thrones. The chests, I think I just want like 4. We'll make 6 tables and 6 thrones. Let's do a spot check for wood. Yeah, we're running low. We don't have gather fruit on like a large order, do we?
Yoo-hoo!
I landed? That never happens. So it occurs to me the only child that we had in this fort has been abducted. I wish I had paid attention to where that goblin came from. It's not going to tell me where they're from now. I just need to remember if they come back to pay attention to that. I mean, not that it's going to matter in this particular game, but in the future. We're getting 6 more chairs and tables, so maybe I go thrones, or tables, chairs. Possible. Want to leave this wide open for dancing. Into spring we go. We are almost done with this fort, everybody. We got a month and a half. Let's see if we can get this temple up to snuff first, though. Oh, hey, we actually have a mayor. Uvash, the holy soldier, has been elected mayor. That's the yeah, that's the mayor, the leader of this temple. Leaf. I don't see them. You jump in the water. Well, it's the same group of thieves anyways. Good to know. All right. We have an iron table and an iron throne. Yep, I wanted to build a trade depot inside the temple. Yep, that's what I want. Petition. Bombwreck Anvil Tempted would like to entertain us. Two children. Except... Ooh, we actually have an upset dwarf. Or an upset person. It may not be a dwarf. Oh, that's that one. Okay. Why are you so upset? Feel anything while in conflict. Why are you so upset? Yeah, whatever. Alright, so the mayor's been elected. Occurs me I should have pushed that out some, but that's alright. Cat's fighting. Bark, bark, bark. $6,000. How much are these tables? 113, not really a lot. Apparently I should make some more iron statues. Now let's face it, I want to set up everything for everybody that's in this fort, but I don't think we're going to get there. meant to do, but that's okay. Well, that's a way to end this fort. The Eden Nagustrek Snugudstron Ongong Strag has come, a giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. Ooh, hey. 296 years old, no items, no relationships, is the enemy of several places. Has killed 2 elves, 3 elves, and 2 dwarves. Why don't you have a weapon? Well, I guess we add a few people to the squad. I could just lock the door. Oh, but then all my livestock dies. Oh, but it'll kill the cavy. Choices, choices. Station here. Of course. Never mind. Don't station there. Go fight it. And this is why this is Nagustrek Search Glistens, the gold of knowing. Yeah, and this is why we don't let dwarves fish, because they're outside when the Etten shows up, you know? Alright, well, we got it bleeding. Oh, you just got yeeted, didn't ya? The stoneworker slams? Oh. Did you get yeeted? The Etten throws the stoneworker by the right ear with the wait. Oh, so Darth had bitten the Etten's left lower leg. The Etten goes over and breaks that grip by kicking and throws the stoneworker. Darth ends up colliding with the human, and the human goes back like 6 squares. Extreme pain, winded, unconscious, not unconscious yet. Alright, we killed it. For what it's worth, we have killed it. Alright. We're gonna need a rock coffin. Let's make 2 just to be safe. Alright, already seems happy with both those rooms. Need to improve the bedroom. Where's your bedroom? There. Oh, that's your bedroom? No. So these are supposed to be part of the tavern, not... That's not the way it's supposed to be. In any case, we'll give you a fine bedroom off this way. Got about 2 weeks left here. It's up to 7,000. Let's make rock armor stand and a rock weapon rack. Did I end up making more statues? No. Where's the mayor? So used to saying yes to the first Baron I find. That's clearly not the one I wanted. And this was all set, right? Yeah, okay. Alright, so are you all set? You just need a cabinet and a weapon rack and armor stand. A miner's been possessed. Wonder if we'll finish that before the end. Because we're coming up on it, people. Coming up on it. Actually, I want to just take a quick look. RedRelic. (103) Spring.
All right. So, start a new game in an existing world.
I said mute. So I started on the 14th of sleep. The only thing left to do here is resolve this. We're just not there yet. Close are we? 8,000. No one's even making the iron statues yet. Oh, we're out of charcoal, that's why. Don't know that I'll finish that. But Thob has begun making a mysterious construction at a stoneworker shop with nice pink jades and iron bars. Ooh, fancy. Maybe we'll add a rock pedestal. Don't know if I'm gonna get there. Just don't know. A nice statue of Lorban in Tensenet. She offers it to the ambiguous construct. Well, artifact statue works. You got 4 days to bring it down here, people. 4 days. So all in all, 76 members of the fort, but a good many of them are not actually members of the fort. So human swordsman 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 to Lesno. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. But like a third of them are visitors to the fort. This is a nice statue of Lorbam and Tensnet, worth 5,000. The item is a masterfully designed image of Lorbam and Tensnet and the dwarf and dwarves and nice by Thob. Lorbam is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Lorbam to the position of king of the Scoured Metal in 61. It is encrusted with round nice cabochons and studded with iron. On the item is an image of Toulon Plaidestaves, the dwarf in pink jade. Toulon Plaidestaves is traveling. Artwork relates to the wandering of the dwarf in the ignited forest in 82. Which we already have that. So that's kind of funny. Alright, so this should be all set. Recognize High Priest, go. New High Soldier will be Nutty Wombat. Actually, I want to make sure that the name dwarves can travel. So let's go with Thultig. Because I think once you become like a priest or a noble within a place, you just don't travel anymore. All right. And here we are in the 14th of Slate, mid-spring 106. And it's time to say goodbye to RedRelic. It has been a fine fort. We set up basically all the industries. We dug down kind of haphazardly. We never did finish looking into the hole, but that's okay. I'm sure there will be more holes in the future. Set up rudimentary bedrooms. Very rudimentary. Some people are starting to throw their clothes around, as one does. And yeah, it could have gone better. We did lose a child to a kidnapper. We had trade with both the humans and the dwarves. That was good. Just kind of scrolling around the fort so you get a final look at it. This level we have our Farmers Guild and we have our fishery and our tavern. Tavern was really the nice part of this place. Lots of bedrooms for guests. Not enough though. We had 25 of them. I only had 7 bedrooms. Whoops. We had 2 farms. We had this one up here and the other one down in the lower area. Yeah. It's a good old fort. And I like this map. It was a good map for it too. So, what do we get? It's 1:30. I'm live for 7 hours. Let's retire this and maybe we'll find our next fort. How's that sound?